Hey everyone, welcome to this Kotlin Full Course by MindMajix, where you will learn everything from Kotlin basics to advanced concepts all in one video. Whether you are a beginner stepping into Android development or a developer looking to upgrade your skills, this course is for you. We will cover everything from variables, function, OOP, lambdas, coroutines, and more. But first, why Kotlin is so popular? Kotlin is a modern, powerful, and concise programming language developed by JetBrains, and it is officially supported by Google for Android app development. It's designed to interoperate fully with Java while being safer, more expressive, and easier to write. According to the job portals, there are thousands of openings for Kotlin developers, especially in Android and mobile development roles. Companies like TCS, Infosys, Mindtree, and startups across India are actively hiring Kotlin professionals. This course is designed for students, job seekers, and professional developers who want to master Kotlin and apply it in real-world app development. So grab your laptop, follow along with the video, and don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe if you are ready to take your development skills to the next level. And if you want to learn paid Kotlin course with certification, then check out our course where we cover latest industry curriculum, hands-on projects, labs, mock interviews, and more. Check the link in description below. Now let's dive in and start your Kotlin journey right here, right now.
So if we're talking about the Kotlin and we say that a very simple language, and Kotlin is general purpose, statically typed and open source programming language. It runs on JVM and can be used anywhere, as we have to work with the Java nowadays. So Java and the Kotlin. So Kotlin is a new language in the market, and it works well than Java nowadays, and people want to learn more about that. So it can be used to develop your Android apps, server-side apps, and much more. Just like whatever we have done in a Java, that we work with a Kotlin also. So it's Android development, we use this language. So the Kotlin, we can say it is a strictly typed program. Again, it is developed by the JetBrains. So JetBrains that launches the Kotlin. And if you know about the basic knowledge of a Java, so you will able to do that your Kotlin. So you can do it in a short time. And this Kotlin tutorial is designed for the beginners, so I will explain to you very well, just your basic steps you have to learn on that. So the Kotlin and Java interportable, which means you can use them together in a project. Okay, sometimes whatever be your Java and you want to convert it into Kotlin, you can also do that, or you can work with a mix. So the syntax of the Kotlin is concise than Java. In this tutorial, you will learn why we use Kotlin and what are the advantage and disadvantage of the Kotlin. So if we're talking about the history, so the Kotlin was developed by JetBrains teams, and a project was started in 2010. Okay, so what we say that it is started at 2010 to develop a language officially. So first released in Feb 2016. So it is good, you have to learn the history of that. So the Kotlin was developed under the Apache 2.0 license. Because of some languages we need license on that. So if you are into Android, you would have to know about the Kotlin. And Android development since Google I/O held in 2019, Kotlin was introduced by the company JetBrains in the year 2010 and was open source since 2012. So the team was decided to name the Kotlin language after the Russian island located near the head of the Gulf of Finland. So this is on the Russian island, the name they suggest for the Kotlin. So Kotlin is the name of island, and 32 kilometers west of the St. Petersburg in the Baltic Sea, named Kotlin Island. So the name Kotlin introduced it. So there is no need to say how important to learn Kotlin, as it was being adopted exponentially every year and already have been adopted by many startups and the Fortune 500 companies. So if we're talking about the features of the Kotlin, we can say that it's concise. So the Kotlin reduces writing the extra code. So that means we can do it in a short way and that shorten the code. And null safety, it is a null safety language. Kotlin aims to eliminate the null pointer exceptions. Interpretable, that means it is easily cause the Java code in natural way. And smart cast, that means typecast very easily. We can do that. Completion time, it has a better performance and fast completion time compared to your Java, and tool friendly Kotlin programs are built use the command line as well as Java IT. And extension functions also be there, so that support the extension function, extension properties. So why Kotlin? So learning today that Kotlin doesn't any help you in a Dwaddle, but for those who want to work on the multi-platforms like backend, web, Kotlin is a gift. So the Kotlin is a multi-platform programming language. It's so very easy to learn specifically for Java developers and helps to write the less code when compared to the other language. Code safety, we can say that, and interpretability, that's Java, which means we can use both Java and Kotlin combined. So it was the most loved language by Android developments nowadays. So you must learn that. And so the basics of a Kotlin, for any language, there are three constructs primarily to learn about the going to advanced level. Number one, learning alphabets for the languages, learning variables in the programming, and constructing sentences with the learned alphabets is like a coding statements with variables and combining sentences together to form a paragraph models. Okay, so that's the basic learn. We have to just say we have work on the Kotlin. So if we compare it with the Java, so we can say the Kotlin combines features of both object-oriented and functional programming, whereas Java is limited to the OOPs. And Kotlin allows user to create an extension function while Java doesn't offer any extension function. Kotlin doesn't offer implicit conversions, Java support implicit conversions. So that's here the Java get benefit. There are no null variables or sub objects in Kotlin. On the other hand, null variables are object at the part of the language. Okay, so that is Kotlin is null safety. So the Kotlin doesn't support static members while Java uses the static members. And the Kotlin variables of primarily type or objects, while in Java variables primarily types are not objects. So these are the basic differences whenever you go for the choose the Java or a Kotlin. But you have to learn both, I think. So if you learn the both languages, that's good for you. And also we can say that Kotlin supports lambda expressions where Java doesn't support. And Kotlin doesn't require any variable data type specifications, just like as we have done in PHP. So the same Java requires the data type specifications, just like your strings, integer, float, like. And Kotlin doesn't require any variable data type as and semicolons also we do not need one. But Java programming needs semicolons. That means we have to stop on every statement. So language scripting capabilities allows to use the Kotlin directly in your Gradle build scripts while Java doesn't offer. So if you go for the applications of a Java in a market, so best application, top applications, apps be there, Spotify, Twitter, Cash App, Signals, Amaze File Manager. And what are the challenges if you go for the Kotlin? So Kotlin is not so popular at this time because of people are in learning mode. And Kotlin matches the weak patterns initial code readability because it becomes a bit difficult to read and understand. It has a small support community. Kotlin has steep learning curve, and there are very few Kotlin developers available in the market. So finding an experienced mentor is quite tricky because of this is in a learning mode. So we can say that it is not so popular. So the developer community is sparse compared to other. Kotlin matches the weak patterns. Initially, code readability become a bit difficult. It has small spot communities. Okay, so that means it is younger than Java. But in 3 or 4 years, it will get a great boom in the market. So here, Pinterest, Trello, Evernote, Twitter for Twitter, and Shadowsock. So that's with applications in market. That's on Google Apps. That's for Kotlin. Okay, if you go for the advantage of the Kotlin, we can say the less code is important, but there is readability that also should be considered and desirable improve. So with Kotlin, you receive them both. So JetBrains did their best to make the languages concise. So that means it shortened the code as much as possible. It solved the developer challenges. That means it came from the industry, so needed a simpler tool than Java to work with the main product. Adopting Kotlin is if you want to facilitate the product maintenance and streamline custom Android app development, you can make it in easy way. Just learn in few days. And fully compatible with Java. So that means whenever you work with the Java, that's little differences on that, and it is compatibility with the Java, and it developer have access to all Java frameworks and libraries. You can get access that. It imposes no runtime overhead. The central library is small and tight. It consists mostly of focus extensions to the Java standard library. Okay, has a strong community. We can say that JetBrains is a constantly improving the language. So it's committed to the project, has a large and highly competent team. We can say that with your other languages. Okay, and it gives you just more safety languages. So that means it is a safe because of semantics, the principle that prevent a variety of common mistakes usually happening during the program execution. Another reason for Kotlin's higher level safety. So the small bugs or small issues of language can solve it easily. Fluctuations, compilations, in many cases such as performing incremental build, Kotlin is faster than Java. Response of the Kotlin. It remains a clear winner when it comes to creating clean build for the Android apps. And Kotlin increases the popularity. In a Google announced it as the first class Android app development programming language has certainly increased number of. That means the market is comparatively better than Java. Limited learning resources. So the number of Android app developers switching the Kotlin is increasing almost every day. So the limited number of resources available. It has a great disadvantage. It is still not Java because of Java has a much popularity on that case, but it's growing because of it is a younger but growing. So here are some important assignment questions for you. That's why the Kotlin is important, advantage, features, and Java versus Kotlin. And one new thing is why it is the strong interpolation. When you work with a Kotlin and how you can create your first project on that. So you just go for a file and say new. And after saying new, you just say for your empty activity. Okay, that's most important. And here when you put it the next, so you can find that there is a two approaches to work with, two languages there. One is Java, other is Kotlin. So you have to choose which language you want for that. So I want a Kotlin, and here you give your example of your Kotlin first example. Okay, so that is very simple and interesting. And if you want to change your package name, you can change your location. That's all things be here, but whenever you work with a Kotlin, you need to choose this Kotlin, rest be the same. And once you say the finish, so it finish and it works with your new project. At this time this is the old project be open, so I'm just closing that. And here you can see that this the new project be created. And here this is your main activity colon app compact activity. So now the build grid will be running, and once it's done, that means our complete project be loaded. So this is a very simple approach when we work with a Kotlin, and this is the initialization process. So just wait and hold that what be going on. So once sync be progress, and once it's done, that means our project be loaded complete. So that's the way we can work with our startup as in a Kotlin. And one other approach is that you need to a Genymotion for your emulator. Just like here we have a Genymotion on. You need to make you can download the Genymotion and then use that as an emulator, or otherwise you can choose the emulator in your Android Studio. So once all downloads, that means core, KTX and other downloads be done or happen, after that our project be completely ready for processed. Okay, so you can see that here we have all the things and all the stuffs be completely ready. So if I explore it here, this is your main Java under the main activity.kt file. Extension is kt. The same thing as we have done in a Java, same thing be here. So here it is in your activity main, and here you the values. Here we have a color resources, so you can change it, and if you want to change them, some color themes be here. So I want to change be here like red, here like yellow, and here like be in a blue, and so likewise that. But at this time these all be already be these stuffs already be there because of with the names. Okay, so if you want to change, you give the name on that. Okay, and one more thing we needed. This is your string files, everything you put it on be there. This is your resource file as we discussed in a Java. So these all be ready, then you go for your main activity. This is the main activity be here. So if you go in a code, and if you want to change your background, so you can change your background be here with your any color you need it. So there be on color resource file, we have a many colors, just like this is your purple shades. Okay, so on a design you can see that this be the look, and here you can see the color. There is a white also, so you can change the font color also be the white here. So if you say that text color, text size, first we have to increase is 40 dp, and this is your text color. If you want to, that is a white, so you can check that it's showing via on the center with the color changes. So that's this is a very basic example, and when you run this in your Genymotion or other approaches, so you can see that here when the Gradle builds be running, you can see your app be here. So this is very basic steps whenever you work with the Kotlin Android Studio. So you can work on that language in Android Studio. Just wait and hold, and you can check that's an emulator. So you can also be attach your real device, so you can check that on. So same process be the as almost be as we have done with the Java. Same thing we have to work with your Kotlin also. So just wait for a minute so we can check it what happened on. Because on the first time it take a time to build that or run that on the screen. Again also here you have to manage, that means your resource all layouts be here, everything be there. You can make your adapters be there, and you can put it the values. Under the values you can make all those stuffs which you want to attach with your main activity be there. So that's all in your under the drawable. You can create your that launchers be there, your icons be there. So whatever you want on that you can do with the Kotlin as you have done in a Java. So those who are new and working on it, they also be needed for such kind of stuffs. So just hold and wait what happened with this, so it can be run. Okay, so you can see that this is the result of hello world. You want to change something be here, and say put it on the string, and you can say that this is your string first, and give it the name be like Kotlin, and here you can say welcome Kotlin. Sorry, here is the name. So just you can see that Kotlin, and here you can put it welcome Kotlin. Okay, and here it differ, all the names be differ because of we can get access the resources using this. So you can just say that text be here at string Kotlin. Okay, so it can present it. And also if you want to make it as a bold, so you can say that text style bold. And if you want to change some other color, so you can change it some other approaches of the color just like this. Okay, so just run this and check that. So there are many ways you have to start your project and check that this is your hello world, hello Kotlin, and likewise. So this is your first step you build on. So once it's built, we can check what happened with this. So I will explain some few points how you can make your image or other approaches on that. So just hold and wait and see what happened with this. Okay, so you can see that here the screen is blue and welcome Kotlin, that is on bold. So that's very simple step you have to work. And also if you want to change your layout, you can change also. So if you want to work with your relative layout, yeah, just say that this is a simple relative layout we have to work, and no need of this text be here. And here I want to make some background or image resource be here. So what to do, you just go on your drawable and say the right click, and under that right click you can say that new, and here you can create some vector assets. And just like I want to create a vector asset, you can click on the click part and check it. So this is your mobile screens be here, this is your computer screens be here. So at this time I'm using that screen, this is okay. And here I want to change this color be a white. Okay, so I'm using that complete white color, and this is next, and yeah, this is finish. Okay, if you want to change your name you can do that. And here this is our image resource, I'm using the image view, and this is I'm making it in our wrap contents, and this is your wrap contents, and this is source, and I'm using the source of your IC baseline computer 64. Okay, and that's parent in center, you can see that centering parent true. Okay, and here we can say that foreground gravity also be the center. So that's the way you can work with our designs. So here it is P. And if you want to make it as stretchable and want to make it as a 200 dp, and it is 150 dp like that, so you can do as P like. Okay, because of it is a vector image, it never be stretch. And if you want to put some values below that, you can say that text view, and this is wrap content, and here I give the ID to that, this is the ID, and say the ID is image view, and here on that below you can work it ID as in a this is your image view I want to make it. And here you can put your text, and here the Kotlin text I want to put, here I want to put the text style bold, and here I want to make a text size 30 dp, and center in parent true, and your gravity center. So that's all you can work with. Okay, and this is a design, you can see that. And if you want to change the color of that text, you can also do that, text color is your white. And you can create your this kind of a screens on. So that's in a Kotlin, you just start your work like this. So that's so simple, and Once let's see, check, we have to run this and see what be the result of. That's very interesting part. So you start your Kotlin project like this and just do the practice on, and once you have done this you become good. You just practice on the screens, you just practice on the code, everything you have to work under the Kotlin. So that's very important part. Okay, so here we can terminate it and let's see what happened, that it launch it again and initialize it. So that's, you can see that this is a welcome Kotlin. Okay, so that's the way you can work in a Kotlin startup. Okay, so after getting the result like this, we have some points on a Kotlin, how we can do that, how we can get access at in a runtime, just like in a Java. So for this, if you want to get access using the ID, so what to do, you can say that text val, or you can say text one, whatever you want to give the name to that. And here it is, simple val text view, and you have to make it as in a text view, and that's your find view by id, and that's your r dot id dot text one. Okay, so why then you can get access, or if you want to say that, you can say that as text view also. It depends on what you wanted exactly. Okay, and there we already text to be existed, so just, and if you want to set text, how you can do that, you can say that text view dot text here, not a set text here, only the text be working. Hello, this is Kotlin. Okay, so here what with the string last time, let's see, welcome Kotlin. So we can replace it with your text view dot text, hello, this is Kotlin at another runtime. So let's see what happened with this. So this is the way you can work be like, you can get access the things using the find view by id, and Kotlin also be just get access without this view by id view also, so that's different. But here first you have to just practice on this, how you can fetch on particular id like this in your Kotlin. So once it finishes, we can attempt on the other things. So here you can see that, hello, this is Kotlin. So this is the way you can just reaches with your particular IDs. Okay, and now if I want to make one more thing, just put it for the listener, and I'm making a button, that button be match parent I want to do, and here we can do for the wrap content, and here I'm giving this id be as a button val, sorry, just id button val, and you can put it the text of that, and here I'm giving the text is okay, submit like this, and text color be the white, and text size be 20 dp, and text background color be your, can give it to 500, sorry, just giving different to that 200, and close this. Okay, and one more thing, we check the colors combinations also. So they are teal 200, I'm just replacing this color with a green. Okay, and make a background be as in a teal 200. Okay, and now we can fetch that button be here, like this is your button, and this is your button, and you can fetch it by the find view by id, r dot id dot button val, you can see that, and button dot here that on click listener. Okay, new on, so here you can see that on click listener. Okay, So here, that means that's very easy. You can call on the button whatever be, and here you can just check it with your toast. Okay, so for toast, what to do? You just go for the toast dot your make text, and here this comma, you have to pass something inside that, and here comma, you can say the toast dot your length, and here you want to show that toast. Okay, so that's it's the same as you are doing with your Java. Okay, and you, this is your hello, this is button. So by this you can use the event on your buttons for other listeners. So let's see what be the result of that. So this is the way you can direct access to your resources using the IDs on your main app. So it's very interesting and short way to work with in a Kotlin. We'll show you more easy tricks so how you can use that. But first you have to learn this basic stuffs be here. So once Grid will be running, we can check that what happened with this. So that means you can get access the things, and you can just refresh it. Okay, so you can see that here, this is hello, this is Kotlin, but this button is on the top, that I will show you how you can do that. And when you click it, you can see that hello, this is button, that's free. So here as it's showing on the top, you just say it, make it below id text 1. Okay, so if you want to use that, here it is, this one. And if you want to make it margin top, and here I'm making a top tag dp. Okay, you can set your margins also. So now run that and see what happened with this. So you can see that the button is on lower. So after the text it's become. So if you click on that, you can see that hello, this is button. So by this you can put your events also. So that's the strategy of doing this. And one more thing, here you can see that this is the bitmap values. Here you can put your launchers with there, and in your strings whatever you want to put it, you can put all the values be there. Colors also we have, and one more, that is our dimensions. So if you want to put it some dimensions on here, you can create the dimensions be here. Under that you can say that dimension resource file, so you can create your new value resource file. And so each and every time we can't change that, so you can say put the dimensions, and under the resources we can make it as a your dimension values. I'm giving the margin 10. Okay, when I say the margin 10, I'm giving 10 dp here. So likewise that you can make your multiple margins be here, so we can set our layouts, and our resources be on the center be here. Okay, so likewise I'm putting the 20, I'm putting the 30, this is the 20, this is the 30. You can put according to that dimensions on it. And when you call that, here you can say you have to put just be here. Okay, you also put the text size also. If you want to make it as a text, you can say text 10 also. So this is the 10 dp also. You can put your text style, text values be here. You can put it as a 20 dp also, that's your 20. And you can make it as a 30. According to that you can just call on, everything is on under the dimension. Okay, and when you call that, here you can see that dimension 30 dp. Okay, and here also you can call that dimension. So if you want to change in the future, so you can text 30. Okay, and if you want to make the margin also, you can say that margin dimension top, so you can say I want with the 10. So that's you can work with like this with your buttons and other designs also. And how, if you want to do the margin for the complete margin, so you can go with only a margin, so it take 10 to all, you can see that. So that's the same, you can work with the padding also. So now let's see and run what happened with this. So many things you have to put in your mind whenever you design your layout. The layout is working same as we have done in our Java. So the Kotlin is doing the same but in a easy approaches and easy way, as you learn the array be easy, as you learned the classes be easy, you can create your data classes. So a lot of stuffs be there in the Kotlin and make it the things very easy here. So just to wait what happened with this. Gradle be running. Once it's run, we can check what happened with it in new changes here. So now you can terminate and reinstall that. So now under the reinstallation, you can see that here the submit button give you that 10 dp margins in all. So and here the text be changed, here the text value be changed. So it's on you how you can create your layouts be here in a Kotlin. Okay, so and the same scenario for the manifest. If you want me to and give the permissions to any, you can give the permissions be here. And how you can give the permission, you can say the use permission, just like I want with the internet permission. So whenever you get access, this is your internet permissions. So you have to put your permissions be here. You can make your applications be here. You can change your icon be here. This is your launcher icon be here. So if you want to change your style and theme for the complete project, you can change your complete project theme be here. So a lot of stuffs you can do that, and everything, every draw you have to put in your drawable, that's here. And if you want to make the more activity, you just go for here on your project and say right click and say new, and then you have to go for your activity and say empty activity, and here you can make your activities name. So I want to make it as a second activity, so you can make that be like so and say finish. So that's many approaches we are doing the same. So here you can see that here it say the colon extension be here, and there in a Java we can say it extends be there. Okay, so here that means the colon means it can just directly give the extension to your new activity. So that's the way you can work with your layouts. You can work with your Android XML, you can work with your main activity. So all be your KT files, and if you want to create your folder class folders, you can create your adapters. So these all be the basics thing. So I will show you practically in more lectures how you can create your new files with there. So that's all the this your second activity be ready. Variables refers to a memory location, as we know that whenever we something assign, just like in other languages, so we have to assign also in your Kotlin. So Kotlin variables, we have a two kind of variables we are working on the Kotlin. So the data of variables can be changed and reused depending on condition or in information passed to the program. So if you say the var language Java and var salary something, so that's with example, or var something like student or name or whatever be. So you can just put it a var and the var. Difference between what's the difference, we can go in the scenario and the app later on, but just you have to put it two things be there, the var and the var. Okay, so we have two ways. And whenever you work with it is not necessary to initialize variable the time of its declaration. So variables can be initialized later on when the program is executed. So difference is, if we say the var language string, you can define it just say after some times. And when we say salary and when we put it, so we can go for that. So the difference is that one is mutable and other is immutable. So the mutable means we can change the value of variable declared using the var keyword, and in the val we cannot change the value of the variable which is declared using the val keyword. So the basic difference is this. So you have to put it in your mind that whenever you work with your variables, that means if you want to change it, you can do it with a val. But in complete program, if you want to work with your val, so that means it just behave like a static in other languages. Okay, so we have to put it as a val. So one is immutable and other is immutable. And here the value of variable salary can be changed. Okay, that means it can execute it. But if you put it as in a val, it gives you error in a Kotlin because of it values never be executed. So I will show you as an example of the where and the val. So that's the most important part whenever you're working with your Kotlin. Again, we can say that continuing the previous examples, when you assign the initial value to the any name, the Kotlin compiler can infer the type based off the type of the assigned value. Okay, and that means it as a statically typed language, we can check it as in a Kotlin compiler. Okay, so that means we can never change the val value b here. So let's see the example here in Android Studio for this. Okay, so let's start with the variables in a Kotlin. You can say that simply variables, and that's your marks. And if I give the marks be 30, and I want to print it here, so you can just simply print ln here, and you can say that's your marks plus marks. So no need to use of the semicolons be here. You just directly use it in a variable as in a marks. And one thing you have to remember that there is no specification for the data type. Just say int, like in Java, just say a float. You just simply say the variables. It recognize that if it is an integer variables, then it can your marks be as an integer format. Okay, so let's see what be the result of that, and we have to run this first, and then we have to check that after this can we can change our variables or not. So the variables we can change it throughout the program, but if you specify it as an val, so it never be changed. It behaves like your constant value, we can say that, or the static value, we can say that. It's completely same throughout the program. So whenever you need a variables, you can change it, or whenever you need a val, so that means it never be changed. Okay, so let's see what be the result of this. Okay, so if you check it, the marks be here, so you can see that it show you the marks 30. Okay, and now let's give it little difference on the marks. Okay, so now what to do if you want to change it, like if I want to make it as a marks here 50 after that, and again we have to print ln, and then you can see that before, marks before, and marks after. Okay, so now we have to check that what happened on this, and simply run that, and we can cross check the things. That means we can change this variable as per our uh, according to situation of the program and whatever be you want on that. So it's on logics, it's based on. So if you want to change it, you can change the variables. Okay, so now it is terminate and we can install it. So you can see that here it becomes some marks before and marks after. That's done. But if you make it as a val, so val is your constant, that means so it behaves like, and it shows the indication that value cannot be assigned, reassigned it. So that means we never be reassigned the values. So the marks should be whatever be it is as it is, or the complete programs you have to fit on. So that means val never be changed, and where you can change. So that's the difference between the Kotlin whenever you work with the Kotlin. Okay, so let's discuss about the data types in Kotlin. So data types refer to the type and size of the data associated with the variables and functions. So whenever you work with your data types, that means there will be the variables and functions. So data type is used to declare of memory locations of the variable, which determines the features of data. Means which kind of data it is. It is a string, it is a array, it is your integer. it is number. What is that? So Kotlin built in data types as a number, character, boolean, array, string. So this you have to put in your mind: number, character, boolean, array, and string. So if you go for the number, so number types of data are those who hold only the number types of data variable. So here you can put it as in a var or a val, and that number value. So it's not be you have to specify it is integer, it is whatever be, you just go for that. And here if you go for the types, we have a byte, we have a short, we have a int, we have a long, we have a float, and we have a double. So if you go for the byte, 8-bit, they're short 16-bit, int 32-bit, long 64-bit, float 32-bit, and double 64-bit. So in this area we have to work. And if you go for the character data type, so character are represent using the keyword char. So the char types are declared using a single quotes. So data type, bit, width, and data range. That's and char is your 4-bit. So generally we are working with your strings. So here you can put it on char. So that's very rarely we have to work on. And the boolean, as we know that, either true or a false. So data types, bit width, data value. String and array. We will discuss it later because of that's a complete description and we have a definition on that. So we have to work later on the Kotlin array and Kotlin string. So now we have to first study about the operators. So here whenever we work with the operators, it just like be as in other languages. We have arithmetic, relational, assignment, unary, bitwise, and logical operators. And if you're talking about the arithmetic operators, we can say that arithmetic operators are used to perform basic mathematical operations such as addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. And here we have a work just like a plus b, a minus b, a multiplication, a divide, and a modulo, just like in other or Java language. So it's so easy. So as an example, we can just use these variables as this. Now we'll see it practically this. And we have our relational operators, so you can go for the relational operators, shows the relations and compares between the operators. So once we have done this theory part, all the operators, we can work all the practical parts of the operators. So here we can go for the greater, less, compared to, that's less than equal to, you're equal to, not equal to, these all are relational. So that means if there be the relation between the two values, so we can follow that relation. And assignment operator is used to assign some values to the another variable. So assignment of the values takes from right to left. So whenever you have to put some values, you have to put it from the right to the left. And we can go for the operators. We can say that plus, equal, a plus, a minus, these all we have to assign it. Multiplication, division. So here we can give the short forms of that. We can assign it. And unary operator is used with a single operand. So that means plus a, minus a, plus plus plus, minus minus, just like the same. That is we have to work, just not. So this is called your simple unary operator. Just like on incrementer or decrementer, we can use that here. That's very simple example. And we have to go for the logical operators. That's where we are decision making. So that means your and, your or, your not. So the same like in other languages, we can work with this. But here we have a you can use a and d and also both, or, not or not. So both the ways you can use the logical operators be here. So we'll see the example how we can do that logical also. We have a bitwise, so we can make a bits just like SHL, signed bit. We have a shifting bits, so a lot of that XOR, not, these all we have to work on, but that's really used on that. So here's the example for your shift left, shift right, and or XOR. So these are okay. So let's talk about the operators in a Kotlin. So first we go for the arithmetic operators and how we can deal with that operators, giving a very simple example of that. Okay, so first we talk about arithmetic operators. So for arithmetic operators, what to do? You have to assign where a is equals to 20 and where b is equals to your
10. Okay, these two values we have to check, and the first operator is your, we have a plus operator, and for this what to do, you just say it any values or directly you can print it. So you can say the println, and here it is your a plus b. So whenever you do some calculations with the plus, you have to need a plus b simple. Okay, and on the other hand, if you want to work with your next a minus b, you can do that with the a minus b operator. Okay, so here you can say that sum. Okay, and here if you want to do it in a bracket, so you can do that, you can cover it, and here you can say that this is your difference. Okay, or minus, so you can just work with this like in a bracket. So this is your second operator, and just copy paste it, and you have to work with your third operator, that is your multiplication. So you can say that multiply, and here you can apply multiply. Okay, and then you have to print it the next one, and here you have to divide. So you have to divide, and you can say that this is a divide. Okay, and the last you can go for the modulo, and we have a modulo. You can say that modulo means a percent b. So let's see what be the result for this, and we run that, and we can cross check the things we here. Okay, so let's check what be the answer. Here you can see that this is sum, and here this is the minus value 10, and if you go with your multiply, that's beta multiplication. Here it is, yeah, it is 200, and then we have a divide, it is 2, then we have a mod, it is 0. So that's the way you can work with your all kind of arithmetic operators. Okay, now we have to move for your relational operators. So next is just remove that, and we have to work with arithmetic, oh sorry, relational operator. So relational operators always we work with two relations. So that means if you go for your val a is equals to your 5, and val b is equals to your 10, so how we can find it? So you can say that it's always work with the decision making. So we'll describe you what about the decision making, but just simply say the if condition be there. So if you say if, or you can say that one more thing, you can apply it val max also, you can do that, you can hold this, otherwise you can do it directly also, like if a is greater than b. So we can say a is greater, println, that's your a is greater, else println b is greater. Okay, so that's the way we have to work. This is the simple condition of the greater, that's your would be the relation between them. So likewise we have a multiple relations on that, we just check it, just less than, greater than, equal to, less than, equal to. So that's all we have to work with your relational operators. So that's very interesting. Okay, and here you can check it which one is comes, but here we can say that a is greater than b, but we have done wrong, just like b is greater because of a is, okay, fine, that's fine. And here we can check it what be the answer, a is greater or b is greater. So b is, you can say that the answer is b is greater because of b is 10 here. Okay, and if you say that just be the reverse of that, less than, you can say that, so you can say a is small, and here b is small. Okay, so let's see what happened and run that. So terminate it and run it again. So you can say a is small. So here a is small because of a is less than b. So likewise this you can work with your a is greater than equal to, less than equal to, so where that we assign with the values up to equal. So that's very simple. Operators, you have to work with the relational. Now we have to work with your assignment operators. So third one is your assignment operators we have to work with. Okay, so let's talk about the assignment operator. For this, what to do? You just make your variable be a is equals to any value, just say 10, and where b is equals to any value, just say 5. Okay, so we have to assign the values of b in a with you using the operator. So first we simply println that value of a. So you can say a is, and here that's your a. Okay, so that's the value of ab here, and now copy paste it. First simply check it, the value of b. So here b is b. Now we have to assign that values because of first time it is 10 and 5. Now we have to assign that value be here a plus equal to b. That is a shortcut value. So that means we have to assign that value of b to a. And now a become what? So let's see. We just copy paste that a here. So let what be the answer here, and we can check one by one all the assignment operators be here. Let's terminate it and run that again. Let's launch and say a is. So here you can see that two values be here. One is 10, and after assign the value of b is become 15. Okay, and now we have to go for a second one. So that means you can say that a minus is equals to b. So that means we have to assign the b value of. Now it become minus. So now a become your value whatever be the next time, and then we have a println with the b. So let's see value of a. Terminate it and launch it. So now it become again 10 because of first it is a is 10. On the second time we assign the value of b 5 to a, that become 15, and then after that we have minus it because of we say the minus of b from a, so that's your again 10. Okay, and now if you go for your multiplication, and that's your b, and the last is a divide is equals to b. On the both cases we have to print that. That means all the assignment operator be covered. So you have to check all the assignment operators be like this. So that's a short way. Whenever you work with this, you have to assign something to do in the form of plus, minus, multiply, divide. So you can work with like this. So it is 10, 15, then again 10, and now 10 into 5 become 50. And if you want divide, you can work. Then 50 by 5, it become 10. So that's the way you have to work with your assignment operators. Now let's talk about the unary operators also. So just remove that, all the values be here, and for unary operator what to do? Unary operator. Okay, for unary operator what to do? You just assign the value of a. Only one single value we can do, we can check that. So that's very interesting whenever you work. If you want to say you have to print ln, that's your a is, sorry, it's a println, and a is, you can say that plus a. Okay, the first time it is. So now you have to go for your plus plus a, and then you can say a plus plus, a minus minus, and minus minus a. So likewise you can work with your unary operator. So now what with the value of this, you have to check on a single series. So that's a very easy way or easy approach, you can check it. So now run that and check what is the value of a with the unary. So that means if you want to do with the same variable as an increment, decrement, so that's the value we have to work with. So first time it is a 10, now plus a become 11. Now a plus plus make it as an 12, and minus minus make it as an again 11, and now again we have to minus, so that means 10. So that's the way you have to work with your unary operator. So for the single operators and multiple operators you can apply on. So that's a very simple unary operators you have to work in a Kotlin like other languages.
Okay, so let's start in the Kotlin string. The string class represent as an array of char types. As we know, in any languages, we have an array of char types. So strings are immutable, which means the length of the elements cannot be changed after their creation. So while ch carry of HELLO. So that's your characters arrays, and we can create a string. So what are the strings? So strings are, that means a combination of characters. So we can say that array of characters we call a string. So here the Kotlin, the same it works be like a string class, and we have an array of characters. So unlike a Java, Kotlin does not require a new keyword to instantiate an object of a string class, because of we never create a new instantiate in Kotlin. So we have to work with like a simply declare with the double quotes. Okay, and as a script strings or a triple quotes as in a row string. So whenever you work with your under the double strings, so we can say that simple strings we have. And if you want to talk with the row strings, so that's we have a triple quotes. That's the new thing in Kotlin. So we never go for the new strings classes like that in Java. So that's the discrimination between the Kotlin and your Java. So the strings length, it returns the length of the string sequence likewise. And indices, that's we can say index of that int range. So it returns the ranges of the valid characters, and it is for the current char sequence. So last index is your int, and it returns the index of the last characters. Okay, so that's we have a strings. And if you want to compare to it, compares the current object with the specify objects. We have a multiple methods to get the strings, or you have to add that strings. So a lot of stuffs be there, but we can see that practically. And if talking about the string elements, so characters which are present in strings are known as elements of the strings. So elements of the strings are accessed by indexing operations. So just like in array we can index it and get the values, the same we have to work with the strings. Index values start from 0. So easy. And it's a strings dot length -1 we have to work on. So val strings, if you have a hello world and whatever be, and then println is str0, and then it presents the first character of that.
Okay, so let's talk about string in a Kotlin. So how we can use that, you can just simply say where or a val, whatever be. If you say you want to fix it or make it a static, so you can say that my string, you give it, and say hello, this is a string. Okay, and you just simply print it. So you can say that println, and you have to say my string is colon plus my string. So you have to print that and simply run this. And this is a very simple way as we did that. This is not be specified with data type. So you can do it with the data type, you make the array of that string. So a lot of things, a lot of approaches with that. So if you print it my string, you can see that here it is hello, this is a string. And the other approach is you can just make it as a column, and you have to specify that this is a string. Okay, so this is the other way. So just like in a Java, but there we have defined it on the left side, that is a class, but here we can define it column, whatever be your data type. So it depends on, and if you run this, you can see that it behave be the same. So we can terminate it and reload it. So once it's reloaded, it give you the same thing. So this is the second approach. And now if you want to be make it as a separate characters of that string, so you can say that the for item in my string, and you can print that items be here. So you can say that print Alan and your item be here. Okay, so that means it show to you one by one all the things on that category. So you just simply give the gap and run that. So that's the way you have to work with. As in a string is a class, there we have a multiple characters. So now we have to terminate and then print that. So there are many ways you have to work with your strings be here, and we can say that be here. Can't find it because of we not give any indication with that, so you just give it my string. Okay, and now run that again, so we can check it what happened with this. So let's terminate and run that, and you can do it my string. So you can see that on my string it's give you the all the values be as in a hello. So you just give it one more look, you just say the my string and give you the blank, and run this one more time and check it the perfect. So this is the termination and it install it again. So you can see that here it showed to you all the things be there. So that's a hello, this is a string. So let's talk about the array in a Kotlin. So array is one of the most fundamental data structure in practically all programming languages. As we know that it is used in many programmings, that means all kind of programming languages we can work on. And just like your Java, PHP, but there will be the different declarations we can work on with the arrays. So the idea behind an array is to store multiple items of the same data type, such as integer, strings under a single variable name. So that means where we need a collections of a similar data type, so that we need a array, and we use the loop to use that or show that or print that the values on. So array are used to recognize data in programming so that a related set of values can be easily sorted or searched. So here are some basic properties of arrays. They are stored in a contiguous memory locations, they can be accessed programmatically, and they have mutable and they are fixed. So the most important thing is they are contiguous memory locations. That means just like say if you have a 1 2 3 4, I want to save 10 numbers, but they save in different positions in the memory. So I want all the integers together, and that save the time, so the searching time be easy. So on that fixed memory locations we can put it for the array, so we can fetch our data fast. So the array, that means we have a collections, contiguous collections, and in use with the indexes 0 1 2 3 like that, and it is stored according to the data type, just like integer values, float values. So different sizes we can store on that. So they are can say that they access programmatically, and their indexes, by the indexes we can fetch them, and they are mutable, they are fixed. So that's easy. And if you want to create an array in your Kotlin, then the Kotlin's array are not native data types but mutable collections of similar items, so which are represented by the array class. So mutable means that can be changed, and immutable means that never be changed. So mutable kind of things we have array, and we use the array of function. An array of functions, that means we can define our array with here. So we can use the library functions array of to create an array by passing the values in it. So just like if you see the example, num array of 1 2 3 4 implicit, and the array of 1 2 3 explicit. So that's the work of array, we can do that. And here you can example many examples. One of that we can make it without any integer or string types. If you use the integers type, we can use the similar string type and multiple type. So that's it is just from this we have a concept of a list of our collections like that. So here we can make a simple long type, we can use the set also, we can fetch the data on particular position. So that's, so here simple examples we can do it practically, and how we can do that, how we can fetch that element, we check it using the for loop. And here one more example, if we have a 1 2 3 4 5 and there we have a 0 to size -1, then we can print it. That is the different way to work on. and this also be, you can make it, the approach is how we can use that data using the for or print data. So also you can use the array constructor. So since array is a class in a Kotlin, so we can also use the array constructor to create an array. The constructor takes two parameters, the size of the array and the function which accept the index of the given element, and return the initial value of that element. So here we can say that val number array 1 2 3 4 whatever, and val array, that's we our on that positions we can work on. And if you're talking about in a deep with the array, so Kotlin also has some built-in factory methods to create array of primitive data types, such as your byte array, integer array, short array. So that's an also most important part of that. What is this? Built-in factory methods to create array of primitive data types. So these classes do not extend the array class, however they implement the same methods and properties. So if we go for your create an integer array, so we can say that int array of. So that is your 1 2 3 4 byte array of, char array of, short array of, and long array of. So this is your we can say that's other approach when we work with your array class. So that means you can make your factory methods with there. Means which kind of array we are using, just like integer kind of, byte kind of, char kind of, long, short, these. So these all we can use with our factory method. And using get and set methods, as you know, an array of Kotlin is basically a class. So therefore we can access the data of class object via its member functions. As we are working, whenever we're working with the classes, we can have a constructor, we have our functions, so we can fetch and retrieve that data. We can say we can make a set or we can get. So these, the get and set functions, are set to be a member functions be here. So we can fetch our data and set our data. So value x is equals to num dot get 0. So set methods takes two parameter where we have to set that value, and get methods single parameters where we have fetch our value. So that's the way we can get or set the methods in your array. So that will show the practically how we can implement these kind of methods also. And you can see that here we have a number array of, and we can set our 0 comma 10 on that position, and 1 comma 6 on that position. We can fetch our data, we can find our location on that. So this is the way we can do that example that will show to you how we can do it. And here one more example, that is index out of bounds. Just like if you have an array 0 1 2 3 4 5, and but I want to fetch the data of 6, so that means this is called your array index of bound. And if you want to go for the indexings in 0 to 4, so that means you can fetch on that data. If you say that my array size -1, and whatever be the size of array, that -1, you can do that, you can fetch your data on that. And one more interesting thing that we have to work with your traversing arrays. So one important property of an array is that it can be traversed programmatically, and each element in the array can be manipulated individually. So Kotlin supports few powerful ways to traverse array. So the simplest and the most commonly used idiom, we can say that traversing of array is used for the for loop. So that means very easy approaches that we can make us intact. We have a syntax is just simply we have to check our data print using the for loop where we can traverse. Means if we have an array 0 to 10, so that means 0 1 2 3 4 5 to 10, that is called traversing. So whenever you apply your loops on your array, so that means you can traverse on that. So from 0 to last position and last to first position, depends. So here we can get an example of simple, as we have an array, we can set or we can traverse. And also we can say that range. So range means the size. So whatever be the total length of that, so that is called the size here in a Kotlin. And instead of length we can say the size, but whenever you work with the Java, there is a length. So that means total array name dot size -1, then we can fetch our data from. So that is called the range of array. Okay, so let's start the array in Android Studio. So how you can make an array in your Kotlin, you can say the var arr, or you can say array one, whatever you want on, you can give the name to that, and you can say that array of. Okay, and here inside that you have to pass your array value. That's very easy in a Kotlin. And you can say that for item in array 1, and you want to print that, so that println and your arr arrow plus what is height. So by that we can make our array like this. So that's very easy concept when you work with. So let's see, once it run and Gradle build be running, and terminate and initialize it again. Just wait for that. So now let's see what happened with this, and here you can find it arr. So you can see that arr 1 2 3 4 5. So that's very interesting and easy. Okay, and if you want to specify be like this integer, so you have to make it as an integer kind of, and but if you want to make it as an string, so it throw an error because of we want string. So you can say that first, second, and you have to pass that string under double quotes. Okay, so that's, and now for a particular data type you have to specify, or otherwise it can take it any kind. Any means any, either string, either integer, either long, whatever. So that's interesting concepts whenever you work with your array. So it's your first, second and third. Okay, and if you do not want to make any, so just remove that, and if you want to pass it 12, 23, 12.9, whatever it be, that means mix kind of data type. So any means any. So when you work with array, and in other languages we have to specify either we integer, either we have strings, that no any works on that. So here in a Kotlin, any means we can pass multiple things in array. So here you can see that all the values together in a contiguous allocation in array. So this is very first example and very simple example when we work with the array. Now let's see more example in array how we can implement it. Okay, let's talk about one more example of array, how we can use this. So you can make it an array 1 2 3 4 comma 5. So just use the different way of array how we can use that. So you can say that also, just like as we in other languages we can say that for I is equals to 0, I is less than whatever be the size -1 and then plus plus. So here the loop is work like this. So the other approach of the loop is I in 0 dot dot array 1 dot size, okay, -1. So that means it works like the same 0 to size -1, we have to do that increment. Okay, and here you can just print ln your array gap plus array 1, and inside you have to put that I. So that's the other approach when you work out print like this. So run this and see what the result be here. So you can make your array in different approaches, and this also be called traversing. That means you have to use your loop to traverse or reach that element in particular position. Then I will show you the more examples how we can get or set the values in the array also. So let's see. So once it is installed, you can see that this is the other approach 1 3 1 2 3 4 5. Okay, so that's the other approach of using your loop of array. So that means you can make your array like, okay, so you can make your array like integer, and same it can be run. So that means it is, if it is integer specify, you can just check it and then run that array. So there is a different way to work with multiple approaches, and you can work with any approach in Kotlin. So that's very interesting and easy way to work with the Kotlin. And one more thing I want to describe you how we can set your array. So first we have to check that what happened with this. So it gives you the same 1 2 3 4 5. Okay, now if you want to go for the array 1 dot, I want to say the set, and I want to put it on index 0 comma 8. Okay, I want to put that on 0 index, the value is 8. So let's see what happens with your array. So that means we can say that it is a mutable. That means we can add or update or delete the things in your runtime. So once installed, we can check what happens. You can see that at the position of very first, it is 8. Okay, so if you want to make it as 0 1 2 3 4, so here it is 0 1 2 3 4, that means total 0 to 4th position. And if I want to add it on 5th position, so what happens? Okay, so let's see and run that. So that is called your indexing. So here it's give you a error, that is array out of bound. So that means if you put it on the position 4, then it works well. So it is a contiguous location, so always check your size perfectly. If there be the wrong size you put it on your array, it gives you a array exceptional. Okay, so it is 1 2 3 4 5 and means 8 position. This is sorry, 4th positions we have to put 8. This is the way you can set your array. Okay, and if I say that array 1, and here we can say second position 16. So let's see what happened in this case. So run that and see the result. So that means this is the other approach to check your position value. So you can see that it updated. So 0 1 2, so 3 is replaced by 6 and 4th is replaced by 8. So that's the way you can work your set the values, and you can update your values, or you put your on your that means a particular position, we can say that, but everything should be inside the size of array. Whatever be the size of array you fix, under that you have to put that value. Okay, so that's very interesting features we talking about in array. Okay, so same as you set your value, you can get your values be also. Just I comment this loop be here and check it on particular value, how we can find that. Okay, so here if you want to make it as an print ln, and you can say that arr val plus, you can say array 1, and if you want to make it as a get value dot get, and which position you want, I want with the 3rd position. Okay, so you can find your value particularly as you can set, you can get. So as we are working with a get or set, I will explain this how we can use in array class also, because of every class, as we have discussed in theory, every class has some constructor, some getters, some setters, these kind of stuffs. So we can use the same thing as we have a array class also, and we can make as an a set or as an a get. Okay, and I will describe you, and also we can check how we can use the array constructor and how we can pass that value be inside your array. Okay, so here it can say that array value is 4, so whatever be the position, you can find that particular value. Okay, now we have to go for one more interesting concept be here. Just use it as an array class. So how you can use that array class, there is where you can say that array, this is a array and this is our constructor of array. So for this I want to make 5 size of that array, and here you say comma, here we have a curly bracket and your loop be here. Okay, this is called your lambda expression. I will explain you what is that lambda also. Okay, and here you can make it as an array. Oh, sorry, no need of this. And here you just copy paste this loop be here, and you have to pass arr1. So let's see, that's very interesting concept what happened with this arr1. So you can make a direct class calling with the constructor. Here you can put your size and what be the increment you want for your loop, so that's you can work with. You can see that here 0 1 2 3 4 5. Okay, so it automatically initialize it from the 0 position, that's the indexing, and then what we like. So each and every time it just go for a loop on that 0 1 2 3 4, that's the value we can put it dynamically. So that's very interesting, and lot of things be there in an array. You can set your values, you can get your values, and that we can fetch our data easily. So that's very interesting concept when you work with your array in a Kotlin. So let's talk about the arguments. There'll be a default and named arguments. So in a Kotlin, so in the most of the programming language, we need to specify all the arguments that a function accepts. And while calling the function, but in a Kotlin, we need not to specify all the arguments that a function means. If you say that if we have a two parameters in a function, student name, so we have a student name comma age, but in all languages we have to specify all the parameters whenever we pass it and whenever we can define. But in a Kotlin, we need not to specify all the arguments that a function accepts while calling the function. So it is one of the most important features. If you have a 3 parameters, if you want to send it 2 or a 1, so we can get rid of their constraint and make parameter optional. So most important thing is here the parameters be optional. Okay, and in a Kotlin, function parameters are separated using comma and defined using the Pascal notation like this. So here we have an example. That's a fun function name1 data type 1 comma name2 data type 2, whatever be that data type. So that means that's the most important part that you have to put in your mind, that in the most of the programming language we need to specify all the arguments that a function accepts while calling the function. But in Kotlin, we need not to specify all the arguments that a function accepts while calling the function. So it is one of the most important feature, that is very special feature, and that's only work in a Kotlin. So we can get rid of their constraint and make parameter optional and pass an argument or not while calling a function. So generally we can say that we have a default arguments and the name arguments, but beside that we have a most important part. There will be 3 types. We can say that positional, default, or named. But if you're talking about the positional, so they are the basic type of arguments present in any language, and these are the position based arguments. The first argument corresponds to the first parameter in the function definition, and second argument to the second parameters. That means we have to map that. So if you say that there is a name and there is a age, so we have to map that with the name and with the age. So if it is a string type, so we have to put the string, and if it's the integer type, and if you have more parameters, if you there be in a function definition, so we can pass that. So this is generally called your positional. That means we have to maintain each and every position in your function. Is this? So default is what? So default arguments are used to provide default value to a function parameters. So consider a situation in which we want to assign a default value to a function parameters. If any value is not passed by the user while calling the function, then the default value will be used, and we can achieve this using default arguments. So we can say that if you have a fun print info and there is a string xyz and age int is equals to 8, so that means you can send your default values in your function with that. So what is that exactly? So default arguments are used to provide default value to function parameters. That means one is that you have to pass and one is that you have to initialize on that. So if you have a situation if we want to assign default value to a function sometimes, so we can pass it on your function, that's your default value. On that cases we are using default arguments, just like name string is equals to abc whatever be, and agent like that. So you no need to specify it and no need to call that function at very first time. So you just define it and not call that function. In some situations we can use that default. And what is the name? While calling the functions, we can specify that a particular argument is a meant for a particular parameter using the name of the parameter. These type of arguments are known as named arguments. So that means when we call the function, we can specify that particular argument that is meant for a particular parameter. Okay, so just like say that name argument. So here we can say we have a information of name, string, and age where we have pass. But I want to pass only age here, so it automatically be take as an age. If you want to pass only name here, so you can pass only name here. If you want to pass both, so that's the simple, that is positional. But sometimes we need only pass age. We do not want to pass every time that string, that means name also. So on that cases we can use that. So that is called your named parameters in Kotlin. So the argument which needs not to specify explicitly while calling a function, that's called your default arguments. If the function is called without passing arguments, then the default arguments are used to as a function parameters. So if other cases, if argument are passing during a function call, then the passes argument are used to a function parameters. So that's the most important. What is say? The arguments which need not to specify explicitly while calling a function, that's your default argument. That means we can put it at initial level. And if the function is called without passing arguments, then the default arguments are used as a function parameters. Okay, that's put in your mind. And there are three cases for default arguments. Number one, no arguments. Number two, partial arguments. And number three, all arguments. So no arguments, that means you do not need to pass anything. Partial argument, that you have to pass, but partially, only one parameter. Or maybe if there are 5 parameters, you want to send only 3 or 2. And third is all argument. If there be 3 parameters, you have to send all. So that's the default arguments you have to pass. And no argument pass if you're talking about in a detail. So no argument are passed while calling a function. When no argument is passed while calling a function, that default arguments are used as a function parameters. On that such a cases, we use the default parameters. So no need to call that function. But if you want to, that means if you have a set of 3 things be there, we have a name, we have a standard, we have a roll number, and if you do not want to pass anything there, so that means that's we call as they already have. And partial arguments that are passing here, some of the arguments are passed only. Okay, so there'll be the string name, there'll be the standard, there'll be the roll number, and I want to pass only the roll number, or I want to pass only the name, or I want to pass only the name and the standard, or I want to pass only the standard or the roll number. So whatever you want on that, you can pass that. Okay, so that's the way you can work with your partial arguments. On that, it can use on that cases. Okay, so this is called your partially. That means not complete. And last is your all argument. If there be the 3 parameters, so that means the 3 arguments you can pass. So that means there be the all, and default it can be use whatever be, but whatever you pass it or you can override it, then we use it. So 3 most important major part, we can say that no argument, partial, and all. Three things you have to put in your mind whenever you call your function, that I will describe you practically one by one. And here you can say that if you have an example of the Kotlin name argument, here we have a name, student name, standard with the, and we can call that, so you can call it like this. Okay, so we'll explore it and do it practically on. There's one more example we can do as a practice. So you can pass it as in a name equal to whatever be your parameter, roll number, whatever your part. That means you have to pass that certain things that you have to, that it can map on. So if you pass that roll underscore number, so that means you can say that roll underscore number equal to 20. Okay, after array we shall discuss about the functions. So here, if you say that first we go for your positional function. So if you want to make it fun, and you give the name of that values, so you can say print val, this kind of function name we have, or you can make it an imply kind of, whatever you want on that function you can put it. And I want to pass it name colon, this is our string kind of value, and this is our age. I want to make it as an int kind of value. Okay, so that's we have to print Alan. Okay, and inside that we have to pass value is, and here you can say that this is your name. Okay, and here just copy paste it, and this is your age. You can say that value of age or whatever be. At this time I'm just tracing on a single way, so I am make it a single quotes on that, that means a similar. So this is your positional, means when you pass all the things be here, just like say a b c and comma 12. So when you pass that and run that, so that means this is your a positional value of function when we talk about. This is our very first category and we can use in all programming languages. But what is the special feature in your Kotlin? So that is called your default. So how you can make your default function, and on that cases what we want to and what we need to send it, that's all we discuss about. So as we have done on theoretical part, we have to discuss as in a practical part now. And now it's launching and now we can say that value. Okay, so you can say that here value is ABC and 12. You just give a little gap so we can clearly find out. And this is called your simple whatever be the value. That if you do not want to call that function, and I want to put it as an initial level x, y, z, that's it. And age I want to make it as an 12. So what happened in your default cases? So on that cases that it always be take your simple initialize values on. Okay, so this is called your default calling of function. So that means whenever you want that values at the very first time, and I want to make it as a initial level, but we can't call it. So here if you want to make it as a print val, okay, nothing else. If you want to send it with that, so what happened on that cases, you just run that and see, because of here we have a parameterized, but there we have no any value or no any parameterized function on that cases, and we can initialize that values, and that is our simple xyz and 12. So that means when we call it without a value, that also be take, that means as a default value. So whatever you want, sometimes you do not want to send any data at very first time, so on that cases we use this kind of default value. So that's very interesting features. Okay, now we discuss about the name value practically and one example on that also. So this is very good example when you work with your positional and as well as default. Okay, so if we go in a more depth of your default functions, so what we can do that, so let's see. Here we can create a function, one more function, that's a student kind of function, we can say that. And here we can pass the name of the student as a nice string, and here we pass age of the student as an int, and we have to pass course of the student as a nice string. Okay, so these stuffs we are passing here. And here you can just print ln all the stuff values, that is value name, and here you can say that this is your name. Okay, and just pass the other different values be here. So I will explain you in a very brief and in a depth way, so you can understand what I want to say and what is the benefit of doing this. Okay, so that's, so first is that as we discussed, default are default functions, we have a three kind of there. So number one is no argument you have to pass on that. So for a default, if you want to pass it as in a name x, y, z, whatever be the name, and the age is your, as we discussed, it's 12, and we pass something b, here it is a bca. Okay, and I just want to pass it no argument, so that means student. I don't want to pass anything with this. If you initialize your values be here, so this is called your default kind of function in a Kotlin. And there are three ways or three approaches to access that. One, no argument, number two, partially argument, and number three, all arguments. So that means you have to pass in three different approaches these values. You have to call this function be like this. This is called your default kind of. So let's see, first kind of we are doing, that is a no argument. But in other languages we have to pass the same argument which we have to create a function. So that is a very great approach or very good approach we are working with your Kotlin. So let's see once it's terminate and see the example what happens. So you can see that XYZ 12-hour course is BCA. Now the second is if you want to pass something be here. I want to pass the name. I want to send single parameter, only then one parameter. So that means if it first at the very first level, it can say the name. So it use the name be like this. Okay. So if you run that, that is called your partial. Partial means you can pass anyone, but it according to your counting wise it works. Just like it showed to you, this is your name parameter, so you have to pass the name parameter. So it's on depend on you which parameter you want to pass on that. Okay, so it replaces the XYZ with the Ajay, but the rest be same because of I want sometime I want that the course is BCA and the different name and different age students be there. So I say the second parameter I want to pass it 14 age. So the second parameter it showed to you, it is for age. Okay, now it replaces with the age and the course be the similar, that is the BCA. So that means each and every time you do not want to pass the BCA, whatever be the required, you can pass that. This is called your partial. That means you do not want to send the complete parameters, you want to send only those which we required on. Okay, and rest is your optional. So that's very interesting and it showed to you the BCA. And the third approach is that if you want to pass it complete arguments, so this is your fully. So that means when you pass your complete arguments, you just pass the course also. So there are multiple approaches when you work on with your Kotlin. So if you want to pass it like and here I want to pass that course MC. So this is the approach, that means this is complete. So this is called default. So when you work with your default, you have three options. One is you do not want to send anything, number two you have to send partial, and number three you have to send complete, and that complete is called all arguments. So that means it's on your programming or your requirement, what you want to say in your program, what you want to work and what you want to achieve on. So this is the way you can work with your Kotlin default kind of functions. So that's also be very interesting and very good part when you work it. You can see that it's become Ajay 14 and MC. Now we see the named one, how we can do that. Okay, so after the default, let's discuss about the named. Okay, so for a named, you just nothing but there's a little bit corrections on your default. Just like if you say this is your student and I want to be called that student be like student, and here I want to pass the name is equals to ABC. So this is called your named argument. So here it works with the same like the default. That means we can pass the partially or we can pass it fully. So that means all parameters, or if you want to for a particular parameters you can send that. So that's you have to work on. So let's see, this is called your named arguments. So that's very interesting feature of the function. So here you can pass with the name, whatever be the argument, here you just give the exact value on that pass if you want to pass that, because of sometimes you do not want to map that number of arguments, you want just course, so you just say course. If you want to send age, you just say age. So that means if you go with the default, it can used as an 1 2 3 positioning level on your values, but if you want to send with the named, so you can put it directly whatever with the label. So that's very interesting feature we work with our named kind of Kotlin examples. Okay, so that's very good approach. Terminate it. So here you can see that you can pass that name with an argument, and if you want to pass not that values, you can pass the course. So you can pass that course with MCA. Okay, so that's the way you can work with your named kind of argument. That's very interesting. So that's we have a difference. We have checked the difference. What be the positional, what is the default, and what be the named ones. And this kind of discriminations make our programs easy. This kind of functions we can use it in a Kotlin, and that's very interesting. Okay, and very easy way or easy approach we can work on. So you can see that here become MC. So just practice on these kind of name default or other approaches. Okay, and you can also be send it without any value. So this is called your default and this is called your name. So it's your own choice what you want on this kind of functions. So now let's talk about the where arc. What is that and how we can implement it? So let's see. Okay, now we have to discuss about where are Kotlin's methods. What is that exactly? So whenever you work with where arg stands, that is variable number of arguments. So that means we can say that we have a variable kind of arguments there. So Kotlin allows us to pass a variable number of arguments to a function using a where arg. So if we give example of the function, and we can say that we have a find sum, and we can pass it at where arg numbers integer type. So you can pass any number of that means either one or multiple. So the means where means, as we have discussed, that we can change. That means either we can pass whatever be one and then future we can make it two. So the same here we can say that the arguments also be the where type. So that means where arg means we have arguments, that is the where type. If we want to make a function and put it as in a where arg, so sometimes it is good. Then if there be no certainty that we need to make a 2 parameters, 3 parameters. So here we have a where arg, in which we can send a multiple parameters or 2 parameters or 3 parameters in the same function. So we have to declare like that. So Kotlin supports declaring a function that can have a variable number of arguments. So you can do that by prefacing parameters name with the where arg modifier. So here you can pass whatever be a number of arguments. Each and every time you can change that. That's called your where arg. So in the Java, the where arg parameter has to be the last one in the parameter list. So you can only have one where arg parameter. So while in a Kotlin, in the where arg parameter does not have to be the last one in the list, multiple where arg parameters are still prohibited. So that means if we have a function format and format with the strings and the var parameter with the string, so you can make the format of the strings, and with the var, that means you can make a multiple strings on that format. So a very good example. So if you want to declare parameters after the var the parameters, it is not the last one, so you can use that. So where are, that's also be a very important feature in your Kotlin, and that is a very good. If we make an example of there, we have a get average and we have a number of list, and where number of item in the number list we can send that, and if you want to make it as a sum by number of list size, so we can fetch with a list of size by using a var arg. So here you can pass your var arg input as a multiple parameters below. So one more time that I explained that if we have a variable and if you want to pass a number of argument, in the first time you want to pass only 2 elements, and second time you want to pass 3, 4. So whatever you want to pass on your similar function, so use the where arg on that cases, and that is important. Whenever we use a function, we'll see the practical approach on your where arg. So let's see the example how we can achieve this where arg. Okay, so now let's talk about where arg. So what is that exactly? After the functions we can talk that. So here we have a function like we can say that this is a function find sum, and here I want to make it as a where arg, and this is your numbers and this is your int. So I want to pass it those values be as a where arg. So let's see what's very good thing in your whenever you work with your where arg. So you can say that where sum is equals to 0, and you can say that for number in numbers you have to find sum plus, as we are using a value and that number, and you can print ln sum is sum. Okay, that's So now it's very interesting function when you call that. How you can call that? You just use it, find sum, and I want to find the sum of 1 comma 2 comma 3 comma 4. These are kind of number I can supply here. So this is, that means on a single argument you can supply multiple values. So this is your var arg, that means variable arguments with multiple values, or you can pass only one value also. So it depends on which kind of requirement on that your function. So you have a single function, but according to that you can make it a multiple choices with you. Either you can use the multiple values, either you want to make it a single sum, you can use that. If you want with a 10 number sums, you can use that. So these all you can find it with here. So you can pass and the number of other arguments also, so just like your long and other things. So it depends on. So here you can find it, sum is 10. So here 4 3 1 2 3 3 3 6 or 4 10 you can. And here if you want to pass it only a single value, that is 11, so it show to you. Now we can run that. So that means we can pass a single value as well as we can pass a multiple values inside that. So it depends on your choices, what you have to and what you want on that. So this is called your var arg in Kotlin.
So data classes, we can generally in other languages we can see the models, and here it is not unusual to create classes whose main purpose is to hold data. So whenever as we are work with the models and on that model we have to hold our data. So it's a little bit different in Kotlin, so how we can implement it. So that's we have to discuss too. As in a Java, if you see that there is a user model, so on that user we can we want some hold features there, just like your user ID, username, phone, and likewise. So you can create your user in which we can just hold the value, and we have some getter setters on that, so we can retrieve and show the data by that. So that's mainly useful for whenever we get our data from the backend and we make a model so on that and show it on your front end. So that's the way we have to work, but the Kotlin is still different and easy way we can approach it. So let's see. So some standard functionality and some utility functions are often mechanically delivered from the data. So in a Kotlin, these are called your data classes. That's the most important line. We can say that some standard functionality and some utility functions are often mechanically derivable from the data. So that's called our data classes. So data class user, here we can pass it our name and the values. So that's interesting topic. And here are some methods we have to call. Just you can say that equals hash code, two strings, we have to convert that, and components functions and copy functions. That's discussed one by one. And the primary constructor needs to have the at least one parameter whenever we work with your data classes, but later we'll discuss the constructor in a detail. So all primary constructor parameters need to mark as a val or a var. So as we have already described that whenever you want some static or constant values, you can put it as in a val, and if you want with the changes in a future, you want change that values or update that value, so you can use it as in a var. So data classes cannot be abstract, open, sealed, or inner. So data classes, piece of simple classes there because of we hold the data, so we never we make it abstract, open, sealed, or inner. So just make your data classes to hold your data simply. So that's very simple classes in which we have some parameter passings and your data setters with here, nothing else. And if we discuss in a detail, so we can say that there is explicit implementations of equals, hash code, or two strings in the data class body or final implementations in superclass. Then these the functions are not generated and the static implementations are used. If a super type has a component and functions that are open and return compatible types. So this little bit difficult for you, but we can work with practically. So we can say that there are explicit implementation like your equals, hash code, and two strings we can implement with these data classes.
So in data class body or final implementation in a superclass, then these functions are not generated and the existing implementations are used. Okay, so that's important. And functions are generated for the data class and override those of the super types if the function of the super type cannot be override. So we'll discuss practical. And we can say that the compiler only uses the properties defined inside the primary constructor for the automatically generated functions. You can say that if you say data class person val name and var age int equal to 0, so we can, that's your parameter value be here, be like that, and that's your primary constructor. And we can call it like this. So you can call it as a parameter passing with the John, but we can call directly as age because of we never pass it to the person class. Okay, so that's. And if you want to see that data classes and destructing declaration, so here you can see that there is value, so value is gen and that's user, and we can create that gen object here and then print it. That's simple. And if you're talking about the standard library provides the pair and triple classes. In most cases, though, named data classes are better. So design choice because they make the code more readable by providing meaningful names for the properties. That's important. What say? The standard library provides the pair and triple classes. In most cases, so named data classes are better design choices because they make the code more readable. Okay, so in a detail, if you're talking about these data classes, we often create classes to hold some data, and such a classes, some standard functions we have, and we often derivable from the data. That's very simple. And here we can say the data class. You have to make it as a data class, and that's the name of the class, and you have to pass some values in it. So that's very simple whenever you work with your data classes. And the most important part that you have to drive the following functions, that's your equals, hash code, toStrings, and copy. These four main functions you have to work on. And data classes have to fulfill the following requirements to ensure the consistency. So the primary constructor need to have at least one parameter you want be on your class, and all primary constructor parameters need to be marked as a val or a var. That is the most important. So there is a conventions whenever you work with your data class. And data class cannot be abstract, open, sealed, or inner. And data classes may only implement interfaces. So these you have to put it on your mind that number one, primary constructor need to have at least one parameter, and all primary constructors parameters need to be marked as a val or a var. And data class cannot be abstract, open, sealed, or inner. And data class may only implement interfaces. So if is the example be here, so here we have a data class, we have a man, and here we have a roll number, name, strings, whatever be, you can just call it. You have to pass these values and print that values using the toStrings, making an object. So here if you want to put some property be as an extra, you can say that where height int is equals to 0, that is your declared, and you can call that, but you never pass that properties, that is the separate properties you have to work with. So let's talk about data classes in practically. So what is that? First you have to create a folder here on your main classes where we have, so you just create that your package, and that package either you can say the model or say data, okay, whatever you want on. So I say the model, and here you can create a new Kotlin class file. So here it asks to you that which kind of classes you want. So I want a data class, and I want make it as a user. Okay, so that's, you can see that here we have a class user under the model. And now what to do, you just say that where, and here I am giving the name, and that's your string. So I'm passing that string value b. So how you can call that in your main activity, you just go for your main activity, and you can say the val user, and that's your class user. So it shows you that is a user class. Okay, and here you have to pass the parameter John. So whatever be the name, it comes be here, and you can say that print Alan, and here that's your user dot name. Okay, and you can just first we have to check for the toString value. Okay, so what happened with this, what value we have to pass on. So just run and see what happened with this. And it's very interesting because of some we need some collections of our data. Just like you can see that we have a name, we have a employee ID, name, salary. So I will show you how you can implement that also but you just say the first step, you can create your folder, separate folder. Under that separate folder you have to create a class, that's your data class. So data classes just hold to variable values be there. Okay, so that means our data be there, that's your our data classes. So you can say that it's there be John, so you can say that this is the name user of John. Okay, and now what to do, you just say that user dot name, and here we can say that plus and say name is. Okay, and let's see what happened with this. So each and every steps you have to learn in Kotlin. That's very interesting and easy when you work with your Kotlin session. So let's we have a termination, and now we can check that. So here name is John. So here we can find the name be here. And if you want to add some extra feature be here, I don't want to pass that in a parameters, and you can say the where, and you can say the age of John be that's integer, and its value be 40. So what to do, if you want to call that, you just simply say, just copy paste it and say age, and you can say that user dot age. Okay, so by this username and user age, you can find it very easily. So here we do not pass the name be here. If you want to make it as a parameterized, so you can pass there. Okay, so that's your simply second step when you work with your special properties with that. So according to your work, what you want for that, so that's age is. So here we can find that age is 40. Okay, and one more thing, that if you want to make it as a comma separated, and here you want to pass that phone also. So phone, and that's your integer type. Okay, and I want to pass that here, so here you can just pass your phone number, that's our phone. Okay, and you can copy paste it, and here we have to pass, that is our phone, and user dot phone. So that's all properties, you can find it very easily. Just like note, you have to define each and every times what be the getter, what be the setter, you just call that, and you can set your values be here. So that's very interesting feature, that's our data classes. And we have a lot of things whenever you work with our data classes be here. So we'll see one by one. So here you can check that that's our phone be here. So that means name, age, and phone, all values be here. So let's see one more example of the employee, how we can make our data class for the employee. Okay, so let's see one more example of employee. So here you can just go for the Kotlin class under the model, and you can check your data class be here, and then data class we have to make it as an employee. Okay, and how we can call that employee, I want with the where, and here I want with the name, emp name, and that's our string type variable, and where emp save, that's our int type variable at this time I'm taking. Okay, and extra feature I am putting, that's your where age of employee, that's also be a variable, so any value be there. Okay, just like I say 20. Okay, so first I want to just go for your employee data, and for this I don't want to go with the I'm just call that employee. So say emp1, I'm giving the name of that, and that's our employee. And here employee, we have a name, that's our first name John, and here we can hold the data of that's MP salary is 12,000. So that, and here I want to just call that value. So you can say that print ln. Here I want with the emp information. So emp details, we can say that. Okay, and here we have to add that emp dot emp1 dot emp name. Okay, so that's, and here we just check it at the same thing, and here but we want emp sale, and here I want to be emp age. So first, these are basic things whenever you work with your any data classes. Okay, and now we have to just run it. Once it's terminate and initialize again, then we check whatever be our emp details. Okay, so I just copy it here. So let's see the greater build running. So you can put it each and every employee, just like you can create the other emp fields also, just like you can say that emp2. So it also hold that variables beyond that. So just say it is a data value, we can put it here. So let's see what be the value. So let's, you can see that there John 12,000 and 20 with the details of that. You just copy paste and make one more, so you can check it what happened with this. So control C, control V, and here it is your emp2, and here it is name is that's be your RAM. Okay, and its salary be your 20,000. So here we can call that other variables, so emp2. So you can make your multiple variables be there. So that's our data classes in Kotlin. So let's see what be the result of that. So you can see the detail of Ram and you can see the detail of John. Okay, so that's the way you can work with your data classes. Now we discuss how we can copy such a classes. So let's see the example on that. So as we discussed about the classes, data classes, and give examples on that. So there is a very good term with these data classes, that's called your copy. So use the copy function to copy an object, allowing you to alter some of its property while keeping the rest unchanged. Because of sometimes what happened that we created a data class, but I want only a few features from that. So that means we never create it again, the new data class. So that's very good feature. You just copy it and just take some features from that. So as we have a while Jack username be here and older Jack, we have to make a copy, and I just want a age. Okay, so you can just make it a copy and work on. Sometimes we need to copy an object with some changes in some of its properties, keeping all other unchanged. So it copy all arguments or a member defined in primary constructor. So that means that's the most important line. It can copies all the arguments or a members defining a primary constructor. So two objects can have the same primary parameters, values, and different class body values if defined. So that means in the case of copy function is used, so we can use our properties of the copy. That means we have all arguments or a member defined in primary constructor. So here you put it on your mind, that's an important part of. And here you can see that we have a copy of that function. So there is, if you have an example just like here we have a data class man, and here we have a name and val and height also. So I just want to call that first time I create a man 1, and main 2 I want to create a copy from the main 1, and I just want to pass the name on. And third time I just want to create a copy of that, I just want to make a height. So according to that you can fetch that values or make the copy on that. So that means never change that value, but you can use it. So that's a simple copy of that. Okay, so let's see the example feature of copy. So that's if you have a just like say it's already be imply we have, and I want to make it as an imply 3, and I want to make it as an imply 2 copy. So I want at this time only a name. So say new name. I'm just sending a new name parameter. So it can just take it on the variable name, as it never asks for the other constructor value we have, just like emp salary. Otherwise, if you call it directly employee, it that's its you have it's a compulsory you have to pass two values. But whenever you create your copy from the other object, it never asks for you. So just I want to make just name variable and copy the values. So you just copy paste here and say emp new, and here you can just say emp3, and here what we ask for, we ask for the emp name. So same if you go for your emp4, and at this time I want to make it from the imply 1. So that's I want to make a copy, and at this time I just want to make emp sale. So salary is can go for emp sale. So here I want to make it as 12,000 salary. Okay, so I just created a copy of that, and here you just say copy paste, that's your emp4, and whatever be your requirement you can ask for that, and that's your emp sale. So you can fetch your values on that. So let's see what be the result of this. So like this you have to create your implies copies from your data classes. So it depends on whether be the requirement where you need it, so on that cases, but it's very good feature in a Kotlin, we can use that, an interesting feature also. So here if you go with the emp new, so let's see what happened on that. So once it terminate, we can get the values and new initializations. Okay, so you can check that here we have our employee name, new name, and 12,000 be the salary. So easy you can work with your data classes. Now we talk about simple classes in Kotlin, how we can create a class and how we can implement that and use it. So can use them in your main activities. Okay, so let's talk about the simple classes, how we can create the classes in a Kotlin. As we know that in OOPS, the classes and your other features be the most important part whenever you work with any object-oriented programming language. So here the classes in a Kotlin are declared using the keyword class. The class Kotlin, that means you have to create a simple class and name of the class. And class declarations consist of the class name, the class header, parameters, primary constructor, such a things. So in a class body surrounded by the curly braces, both the header and the body are optional. Okay, so it depends on you which kind of parameters you want to send on that. So you have to create your class, that your primary constructor be like this. So this is your first name and this, and if you want to initialize, you can just say the curly brackets and then put it on inside that. Okay, so here you can put your first properties and initialize the properties also. This year also we can say that we have a other look of constructor. So we'll see practically how we can implement the classes and that constructor. So just like say you can as we have a class person name, this is the first is your primary constructor, and also you can create your constructor b as a name. So you can initialize your constructor b like it init block, and you give the name of the constructor b like this here. Okay, so that's the way you can work with class. And the most important part of the class be your class member. So here the most important first member of the class is your constructor. Then we have a function, their properties, then we have a inner classes, then we have a declarations. So let's see example one by one for the classes in Kotlin. Okay, so let's talk about the constructor in a detail. So what's that constructor? A constructor is a special member function that is invoked when an object of the class is created, primarily to initialize the variables or a properties. A class needs to have a constructor, and if we do not declare a constructor, then the compiler generates a default constructor. Okay, so what we say that it is a special member function that is invoked when an object of the classes is created, and the class needs to have a constructor, and if we do not declare a constructor, that means it generates default constructor like in other programming languages. So we can say it is a function type, and but it has the same name as the class name, but here we declaration there's a different declarations type of the Kotlin from the other languages. So here we use the constructor in some other way. So how we can do that? So here we have two approaches. Number one is primary and number two is secondary. So let's see what they are. A class in a Kotlin can have at most one primary constructor, and whether you can create a class and then we use it, and one or more secondary constructor we can use it, and primary constructor initialize the class, and while the secondary constructor is used to initialize the class. There's a difference between that. What is that? The primary constructor initialize the class while the secondary constructor is used to initialize the class. So if you talk about the primary, so the primary constructor initialize the class header, so goes after the class name. So whenever you can say that your class name, and under the bracket you have to put your variables. So that's your primary constructor, and after the class you can use the constructor name and you can pass that value. So the constructor keyword can omitted if there is no annotation or access modifier specified. So here two approaches be there. Number one, if you say the name constructor and then pass it, and other is without constructor, you have to name pass it. So then you can call the values be like this. So we'll see as an example. And the primary constructor cannot contain any code. So initialization code can be placed in a separate initializer block if you use that primary. So you can say that class employee, and here we pass the web parameters, and here you can put your init block, and in this you have to pass your values and then call that. So this is the way of use how we can implement that primary constructor in a Kotlin. And similar to the function default values of the functions, we can initialize the constructor parameters with some default values we like. So here is an example. We'll show you practically how we can implement this constructor and how we can initialize it. So talking about the secondary constructor, so there is the Kotlin may have one or more secondary constructors. So secondary constructors allow initialization of the variables and allow to provide some logics. Okay. So here we can use that if we have a constructor, and then under that we have to pass and use the logic inside that, but not in the primary we can do that. And here is an example of the constructor. There we pass the values and then do something with this. Okay, so let's talk about classes and constructors. So for this, if you want to make a classes as we have done with the data classes, but the difference is there we can store or save the data and retrieve it with the multiple values. Here we can access the dynamic classes be like this. So make a folder that's a package and name be classes. Okay, and here you have to create your first class, that's your new Kotlin file, and here is automatically the first is your selected one is class. So you can say that this is your emp class. Okay, you can make your student class. So that's your student, that's our class. So there's a simple way you have to create your class, but how you can pass the values be here, you can just for the initialize that, or you can say this is a constructor primary. So for this we have to give the name val, and here we give the name as a string, we pass this. Okay, and how you can call that, you can go your main activity and create a student one variable be here, and here we have a student class, and here you can pass that such a name. Okay, and here I'm passing the name Lina, and here if you want to print it and print your that's your println, and you have to pass that name is plus student1 dot name. So you can get your value be here. So let's see what be the result. So that's the way you can work with your simple classes. So that's a difference when you work with your data classes and simple classes. So this is your simple dynamic class we have to create. And here we get the name. Here this is terminate, and here you can say the name. Name is Lina. Okay, so that's the way you can work with your class here. Now, how you can initialize your constructor, how you can create your simple constructor. So this is one way you have to create your constructor. That means you have to pass the things, and the other approach is you have to initialize the things be here. So if you say that I want with the name, you can say the student, or you give the same name. So I'm giving the student name, and that's be your string. Okay, and we have to initialize it. So there is a initialization. Okay, and here we have to get that student name as a name. Okay, so that means we have to pass this name to as a student name, so we can get access the student name here in main activity. So if you want that name as a student name, you can get it. So just run that and check it how you can get that. So this is the way you have to pass your parameter and initialize, as we discussed theoretically how we can make as an init. So this is the way you can use that your constructor be in a Kotlin. So let's talk about the Kotlin standard library, and in a Kotlin we can say that is a modern multi-paradigm programming language developed by first, and it first appreciated in 2011 and slowly evolved into one of the coolest language available today. So to know the standard libraries of that, know about the history of the Kotlin as we discussed very first time. So one of the reasons developers love Kotlin so much is because it's make app development easier by providing a significant amount of, and we can use that utilities and classes in such a way, and we can say that the Kotlin classes and utilities are wrapped inside the Kotlin standard library. So in the Kotlin standard library we can work with that, and which contains the core component of the Kotlin language. Inside this library you will find a variety of and data types to help build your apps. So one more time, one of the reasons developers love Kotlin so much because it's make app development easier by providing a significant amount of out of the box classes and utilities, and Kotlin classes and utilities are wrapped inside the Kotlin standard library, which contains the core components of the Kotlin language. So before you start building your own custom data structure, it is essential to know about the basic structure of the Kotlin standard library. So we have done already that we have lot of stuffs on your data structures. With that, to understand data structures algorithm in a Kotlin, here we have some features of the language. So that means it is nothing over complicated about the Kotlin, especially if you are experienced with the modern programming language, because if you know about something about your oops, so you can do that. So there are few things you need to know before diving deep into the details of the data structure. Number one, how to declare the variables and the functions, how to create custom data types, how to manipulate the data in loops. So these all we have to work with the decision making structure. So these we have to know about and understand about the things on what we have to do on with a Kotlin. So as we discussed many times, the variables and other things, but one more time I'm just discussing, but we have to go for the standard library packages on that. So a variable is a way to store information. Typically a variable has a name and data type. Variable can also have the modifiers. We have the define with the val, its value cannot be changed from the Bill Clinton, but since country was defined with the, so as we discussed many times, the difference between your var, val, so these kind of things happen under that data types in the Kotlin. So to understand things, to understand it, we need to understand that these basic things whenever you want. But these already we have taken in our previous sessions, in which we have discussed about the data types, in which we discuss about the val, in which discuss about the var. With the practical sessions we have done on that, you just go for that. But here we are talking about the standard libraries. So that means standard library provides the living essentials for everyday work with the Kotlin. So like as we have discussed the high order function implementation, or you will check that in the coming sessions. So that is extension functionalities be there, and various utilities be there, and JDK classes be there. So that means the Kotlin standard library provides living essentials for everyday work. High order functions implementations, extension function providing querying operations be there, various utilities for the working with the strings and char sequence be there, and extension for the JDK classes making it convenient to work with the files be there. So these all we have a standard libraries we have to work with. Okay, so one more time the 4 tips. Number 1, higher order functions, extension functions, various utilities for the working with the strings and char sequences, an extension for the JDK classes. So these you have to work. And if you're talking about let's see, there be some packages be there. So Kotlin core functions, there be some packages that we have to support it for platform. So under that we can fetch our files or data. So number 1 is our Kotlin package. In this we have a core functions and the types of the Kotlin. Kotlin annotation functions, we have a library support for the Kotlin annotation facilities. Kotlin browser function, access to the top level properties be there. Kotlin collections be, that means collection types be there. Iterable collections, list, set, map, related topic, top level extension functions be there. Kotlin comparisons be there, helper functions like that. And Kotlin concurrent package, that is utility functions or concurrent programming be there. Kotlin contract, that means declaring custom functions be there. That means these be the classes under that package which can be inherit or extensible, and you have to work on that. And if you go for the coroutines, that is a basic primitive for creating the suspending countries. That is lot of stuffs we have to work with this package. DOM also be that browsers DOM we have to work. Experimentals we have a package, and that is API object that changes to the future versions. Kotlin IO, that means input output kind of things we have to work under that library. So that is scanner use, IO use, buffer reader use that you can use in your Kotlin, like all Java packages of the IO. Kotlin JS be there, Kotlin maths be there, Kotlin ranges. So these all the packages and many more, just like your Kotlin text be there. So that we have to understand one by one, but first we need to understand the packages also. So we just learn about that packages in here. So if we discuss about the packages in the details, we can say that object contains versions informations about the implementations and specifications of the Java packages. So the versioning information is retrieved and made available by the class loader instance that's loaded the classes. So that means we have a multiple classes, so we can put it on our packages and then use that. So that set of the classes that makes up the package may implement a particular specification. Just like if you said IO, so package IO, under that we have all the classes related to the IO. If we say this package JS, so related to the JS we have all the packages classes with. So there will be the version number, under strings identify that is specifications, and application can ask if the package is compatible. So that is all things we have to check that, and each and every time or upgrade of that we can increase the versions of that particular. So we can say that the version implementation specification is described in the packages. So the packages statements are like a Java, but they don't give much the directory of the file is. Just like you have to work with your import statements, there is no import static syntax. You can rename a class which can import it. The import statement is not restricted to importing the class. So just like if we say the packages ABC and under that we have a class XYZ, the only real difference with the Java is the packages name doesn't have to match the name of the directory. Default import. So when you first start working with the Kotlin, it can be surprised that you can use the println function without having to write the system IO println every time. So in the Java, what we have to do every time we have to use that println, but here not to do with this. So this is partially due to the fact that collections of the packages are imported into the every Kotlin file by default. So what we say that the only real difference with the Java is the packages name doesn't have to match the name of the directory, we can say. Okay, so that is a difference whenever you declare. So default, if you're talking about, we have a many class packages with their Kotlin, annotations, collections, as we have discussed before, IO, ranges, sequences, text, and many more. And if you want to import that packages, so we have used import declarations to enable the compiler to locate the classes, functions, interfaces, or objects to be imported. So in the Java, on the other hand, we can't directly import the functions or the method. We use the import of access to the functions, interfaces, classes, object outside the packages where it was declared. So the Kotlin also supports the wildcard imports using the operator. This will import all the classes, interfaces, function declared in the packages all at once. So this is not recommended, though it is usually better to make your import X. So that is called importing of the packages, just like you said that import com.abx. So we'll discuss practical. So these all we have to work one by one. That is an important scenario whenever you work with your packages in a Java or in a Kotlin. Okay, so let's talk about the Kotlin annotations. Annotations are used to attach a metadata of the classes, interfaces, parameters, and so on at compile time. The annotations can be used by the compiler, which reflects at a runtime. We can change the meaning of the data or program according to the annotation values. That means we can say that it's a very short term, and we can just create a code of that and then use that. So that means annotations are used to attach metadata to classes, and we can attach to interfaces and parameters also. And annotations can be used by the compiler, which reflects at a runtime. So it gives you that this is a restriction, don't do like this, and many terms we can use it. And we can change the meaning of the data or program according to annotation values. So if we say the Kotlin meta annotation, so we can add meta info while declaring annotations. Annotation name and uses. Your target means it targets all the possible kinds of elements which can be annotated with the annotations. And retention means it specifies whether the annotation is stored in the compiled classes files or whether it is visible through reflections at a runtime. And repeatable, this meta annotations determines that an annotation is applicable twice or more on a single code element and must be documented, means this meta document specifies that the annotation is the part of the public API and should be included in the class or a method. Okay, so what we have done, that means annotations are used to attach the metadata to a classes, interface, parameters at a compile time. So annotations can be used by the compiler, which reflects at a runtime, which can change the meaning of the data or a program according to annotation values. And annotations, we can add meta info while declaring annotations. We have a target, we have a retentions. Target means it targets all the possible kinds of elements which can be annotated, and it specifies whether the annotation is stored in compiled class file. And repeatable means this meta annotations determines that an annotation is applicable twice or more on a single code element. And must be documented means the meta document specifies the annotation is the part of the public API and should be included in the class or a method. A target, annotation target dot class, annotation target dot function, annotation target dot value parameter, and annotation target dot expression. And at retention means annotation retention dot source must be documented. These all will check practically how we can implement this kind of annotation. So whenever you create your annotations, you can make annotation your class and what will be the class name, and then annotation your constructor. So it is also possible to annotate your constructor of a class. This is done by adding the constructor keyword for constructor declarations and placing the annotation before it. Means just like we can do the classes constructor, we can use that annotation constructor also. So here you can just go for with the inject constructor. We have a dependencies on that, and with that we have a dependency inject on that. Okay, so these we have to work. And using constructor as a notations, we can also use constructor as a notation using the constructor. So these we have to pass in it. So the parameters which are used as an annotation cannot be nullable. This is because the JVM does not support null. That is an important part. That means parameters which are used in annotations cannot be nullable. Okay, so we never determines or declare that. So we can also use in one annotation as a parameter to another annotation, such like we can add the characters. So add the characters, that means you can use that annotation. So annotation class replace with whatever beyond that. So annotation class deprecated. Okay, and here we have a values, we have a replace, we have a deprecated values be there. So Kotlin also specified that a class can take an argument of an annotations by using a k class. The Kotlin compiler automatically converted into the Java class, which leads to see the annotations and arguments normally. So here import Kotlins, that's we have a class, my class, and that is, and here we have a target, we have a retentions, we have an interface, we have to calculate the things on that. So here we say that we have an interface any, and means you give the any name on that, and here we can apply that to values tag. So if you get annotations on that, if it is not equal to 1, that is you have to print on that. So you could apply that annotations on your classes.
So let's talk about the Kotlin range today. And here, what we said the range is in a Kotlin range is a collection of the finite values which is defined by endpoints. Means sometimes what we need the restrictions from first to some points on that. So on that cases, what we do, we can use this kind of endpoints. So the range in the Kotlin consists of a start, a stop, and there will be the steps on that. The start and stop are inclusive in the range, and the value step is by default 1. So the range is used with the comparable types. There are three ways of creating the range in a Kotlin. Number one, dot dot operator. Number two, range to operator, and number three, down. So one more time, what is a range? Range is a collection of finite values which is defined by endpoints, and the range in the Kotlin consists of a start, stop, steps. The start and the stop inclusive in the range, and the value of the step is default by 1. So if you want to skip that more, you can use that, but default it is a 1. And the range is used to here in a three ways. Number one, dot dot operator. Number two, range to function. Number three, down to. So here first we're talking about the dot dot operator. It is a simplest way to work with the range, and it will create a range from the start to the end, including both the values of the start and it is the operator from the range to function. And using the operators, we can create range of integers as well as characters. So the Kotlin programs of the integer ranges like this. So that means whenever you work with the dot dot operator, it is a way to work with the range. It will create range from the start to end, inclusive both the values the start and it is the operator from the range to function. So here we have example, we can use it. I will describe you how we can do that practically.
So we can say that the Kotlin range is defined as an interval from the start value to the end value. And the range expression created always be the dot dot operator, which is complemented by in. And the value which is equal to or greater than the start value or smaller or equal to end value that comes inside. So that's the value we can work like this. Integral type of ranges we have int range, long range, char range. This kind of ranges also be the work on. So they are the ability to use in for loop. The compiler converts this integral type of simple analog of the Java syntax for the loop. So if you say that for x in a to f, print x, println, and there be the range we have, so we can use that range of. So I will show you how we can do this kind of ranges practically. Now after that, we have a range2. So range2 function, it is very similar as we have done practical on dot dot operator. It will create a range up to the value passes as an argument. So it is also used to create range for the integers as well as characters. So the Kotlin program to the integer ranges using the range2 function. So what to say? It is a similar to dot dot operator. It will create a range up to the value passed as an argument. And it is also used to create the range for integers as well as characters. So the Kotlin program of integers ranges using range2 function. So here we have a range2. We have to use first to whatever we wanted and then print it. So this is a very good example of range2. I will describe you practically. So here that's simple. You can use the characters also. And after that we have a down to function. And the down to function, how we can do that, let's see. Okay, so third is our down to function, and down to function is, it is reverse of the range2 operator, and it creates a range in a descending order, so from bigger values to the smaller values. So but only the difference is that whenever you work with the range2, here we have a down to, means always works with descending manners. So below we create a range in reverse order for integer and characters both. So if you say that example, that's very simple, down to example. Will describe you practically. You can use the range as an of for each loop also. So here we have a 2 to 5, so for each we can print lf. So that's the other approach in a Kotlin to work with the each loop. And step is what? With this step, one can provide a step between the values. As we say that default is 1. So it means mainly used in order to provide the gap between the two values to range2 or down to, or in this, the default value for this step is 1 always. So that is an important whenever somebody asks to you that what is the step in a range. So you can see that it is a keyword step. One can provide a step between the values. It is mainly used in the order to provide the gap between the two values in range2, down to, or in dot dot. And default is 1. So here a very good example we have to discuss about practical session. That's all steps, and down to will work how we can do that. Here we very good examples. We have a reverse function also. That's all we have to discuss, how we can use that range dot reversed also. So there is a function of the reverse. It is used to reverse of the given range type. So instead of down to, we can use the reverse also. And some predefined range also, we can make it just say 15 to 20. If you use it, we can use that as a minimum, maximum, sum, average. You can work with like this. So that is range dot minimum, maximum, sum, and average. We can use these functions as a predefined functions in a Kotlin range we have. So here's the example of down to. One more example. All the examples related to that down to, range2, and your dot dot, all we have we discussed. And here we have a characters range also, and that we have to need it as in a down to also. And we have a range step also that we discussed. We shall discuss it again. The Kotlin step keywords with a range with like this, how we can use one step 3, one is step 2, step 1, whatever be it, we shall discuss as an all in practical session. And one more time, if somebody asks to you in a interview what is the Kotlin range iterator, you can say an iterator method is also be used to iterate the range value. That is another approach how to work with your range. Use the iterator, and it is used as next method which checks the next element in the range, as we know that. So the next method returns the next element on the range. So here we have a value, we have a iterator, we have it has next, and it can work. So that is a simple example of iterator. Okay, so let's talk about the practical range, how we can use that range, as we have done the range in an array, as we have done range in a numerical values, that means for the integer values. So that's all how we can use it. So we can go with the basic example for the range first. So whenever you work with the range, you can say that where num in, you can put it any number. is A, B, C, D, whatever you want on. I'm using num. So 1 dot dot 5, if I say that, and we can say print ln, our range is your dollar num. Okay, so that's the way you can work with. This is a very simple example. So let's start it and run that and see that what happened on that. So same, you can do this kind of ranges for your characters, you can do with this kind of integers, you can do it for the other numbers, and you can calculate lot of things that's become very easy in loopings. So that's very interesting and easy loop in for whenever you work within in a Kotlin. It's not just like with the other examples of other languages type. We can say that just like for I is equals to 0, less than, and then you can increment it. It's a very simple and a basic examples. You can work with your simple for and print ln that numbers on that cases. Okay, so if we go with this and see what happened on that range, so you can see that range is 1 2 3 4 5. So this is a basic example. Or same thing if you want to work with the characters here. So I choose that character again, practice on. So you can say that ch, because of the variable name be like that, which it easily recognizable. So you can say that a dot dot e. So here you can just simply say print ln, range is $ch. So that's also a very interesting example, and we can run that and see what happened with this. Here we can say the range is just. So yes, it terminate the program, and now it again gives us the values a b c d e. So that means we can do continue that loops, and it can count all the things that missing up to that. So you can say dot dot. So as we have done with the practical, what is the dot dot? So dot dot, you can achieve this kind of things. Okay, so this is a very first and the basic examples working with this dot dot. I'm giving one more small examples for the integer value one more time. You can say that for num in, and if you say that 1 dot range to 5, that's the other example of. So here we can specify that range 1 to 5. So that's you can print it, print ln, and the same you can work with your ranges $num. So that's for the integer values. So run that program also and see that what happened with this. Terminate it and run it. So 1 2 3 4 5. So you can do this kind of simple examples with the range. I will show to you how we can use the range in other terms also. So let's see one by one. Okay, so same you can do that. The range 2 is you can do with your characters also. So if using that ch in, you say that a, and on that a you can say that range 2, and then whatever you want it, I want with the e. So it works be like the same as we have the double columns. Okay, so same thing it can print. So you can say that range $ch. So this is another example of the range 2. And double columns, we have the range 2, we have a down 2. So there are many ways to work with your ranges in a Kotlin. So here if you work with your range 2, here you can see that A, B, C, D, E. And one more interesting thing is if you work with your down 2. So down 2, what happened with the down 2? Let's see the things we have. Like if you say for num in 1 to down to and 5. Okay, and down to you can print ln, and you can say range is $num. Okay, so here if you run this part, you can see that we have installation and the range is it's not showing to us. But if I make it as a 5 to 1, now run this. So down to always work with decreasing manners. So that means top to lower. So that means biggest to smaller number we have to call that. So that means if you want to call the bigger number first and then go for the descending manners, so you can work with like a down to. In some cases we need this kind of down to. Okay, so it's a very rarely work, otherwise we can work with the double colon and range to generally. And one more example I show to you that how you can work with the characters in a down to. So you can just simply say for ch in, and here you can just say implemented it e. So it is a big number and you can say that down to, and down to you can say that e. Okay, and that's your println, and on println you can say that ch. So this is, and also you just say that range is $ch. So that's interesting thing, you can work with your ch. So you can say the range is here e to a, all the characters be there, e d c b. Okay, so that's the way you can work with your range too also. And one more interesting thing, we can work with the for each loop, how we can do that with. So you can say that example I'm giving to you 2 dot dot 5 if I say, and dot for each. Okay, and you can say double columns and you can print ln. So let's see what happened with this. So this is called your for each. So that means 2 to 5 it can increases with the number in your for each loop. So at this time remove that and just check it what happened on that case. This is your for each. So 2 3 4 5 you can see these numbers be here. Okay, so let's see some few examples with the steps also. So how you can work with the steps in a ranges. So if I say where I is equals to 2, and on this stage I say that for I in 3 and dot dot 10, and here I work with your step 2. And if you want with the work with your println, so say the range is $I. So let's see what happened with this steps also. I show you the steps, what's the working of steps here. So you can start it from 1 also, no worry about that. So here you can say the ranges. So here the range is 3579. So that means skips by that steps on. Okay, and if you don't use it, you can choose it directly be here. So that's also be working with the same manner. 3579. Okay, so and if I say that I want with the range 1 to 10 and step before, so on that case what happen? 159. So 1 4 skip 5, 5 4 skip 9. So up to 10 it works. And if you don't use anything, that's default step 1. So that means it work like a 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. So default is your step 1 here. Okay, that's called your simple steppings whenever you work with this. And if I say that some few examples on, if I say println, directly we can print to check that steps. And on this steps, if I say 1 to 1 dot dot 8, okay, say step 2, you can do that a first variable. Okay, so you can if you want to find that what will be the first variable, sometimes we need it in programming, and here you can say that on the fourth step, and I want be the last variable. On that case is also on the last, you can just do it with the step only. So these what happen with the how it can work with, like, and here I'm saying that is a 5. Okay, so let's see what it can give the result to that. So first it gives to us that okay, we haven't print any range here, so just see that what happened with that simply steps. So here the first answer is 1. So 1 to 8, we have our first answer is 1 because of 1 is our first step. 5. So on the first 1 to 8, we have a 4 missing stumps. So 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So 9 is not. So that means 55 is a number which comes in your fourth step as in a last. And 1 to 5, same here, we can work with the steps, and the step is also be that number which we can find with the 5 one. Okay, so here we have a step 5, so it says the step is 5. So that's the way we can work with your steps approaching. I will show you the more examples on the steps how we can work it. Okay, so now let's see some few examples how we can use functions be here, some predefined functions be here in your ranges also. So say that if you have a predefined values, and that values our 10 dot dot up to 20. So how it works, we'll check it. So for this you can just simply say that the println min value is in all time. At a start time it works as a min, but nowadays it not work as a min. So it works as a min or null. Okay, so you can check that which is the minimum value in this, or if it is null, we have to check the other, that is called your max. So you can say that max or null. Okay, the same thing we have to work with the sum. For the sum, you just simply say sum. Okay, and you can find some specific sum also, but here we have to find just simply sum, and here average. So let's see what be the answer for this. So that is a very interesting if you directly call that functions and get the values of that. Sometimes we do not want to go for the each and every calculation, so it gives you the calculations in an easy way. So if you want to find that here min, so min value is 10 here, you can see that, and if you say the max value is 20 here, okay, and the sum value is 165 here, so it can calculate everything, and average value is 15 here. So that's very interesting. You can work in an easy way, in easy approaches in a Kotlin, very less code be working here, just do the practice on it. Talk about the interface here, and the interface in a Kotlin can contain declarations of abstract method as well as implementations of the methods. So what make them different from the abstract classes in the interfaces cannot store states. So they can have a properties, but these not to be abstract or to be provider, accessor, implementation. So as we have done with the abstract classes, we create an abstract class and then declare the methods and can use it. So same we can do that with the interface, but the difference is that they can have a properties, but these need to be abstract or to be provider, accessor, implementation on your abstract class.
But an interface is defined using the simple keyword interface and you can implement it without abstract methods. And also we can extend it with the multiple ways, multiple inheritance if not possible, so we can use the interfaces as in a comma separated. We can use multiple interface on that class here. So the same process as we have done with your oops, but little bit way is different to use that. So we'll discuss about that, what is the use of interface. But again, I'm talking about the interface is what. Interface in a Kotlin can contain declarations of abstract method as well as method implementation. What makes them different from abstract class is that interfaces cannot store state. They can have properties, but these need to be abstract or to provide accessor implementations. So here we can say that interface, my interface, fun, functions, and that your bodies with there. So interfaces are a custom type provided by the Kotlin that cannot be instantiated directly. That is the most important line. Interfaces are custom types provided by the Kotlin that can be instantiated directly. Instead, these defines a form of behavior that the implementing types have to follow. With the interface, you can define a set of properties, methods. Creating interfaces, the interfaces definition in Kotlin begins with the interface keyword followed by the name of the interface, followed by the curly braces and within which the members of the interface reside. So the difference is that the members will have no definition of their own. So if we're talking about again, when we created the interface definition in the Kotlins begin with the interface keyword. You have to define that is the interface keyword you have to use, and then use what with the name of that, and followed by the curly braces you can put, and you can use their functions on that, and then we can, the difference is that the member will have no definitions with it. And you can say we can create a custom type provided. So here we can say interface vehicle, you can say the fun is start, fun is stop, this to be we have to implement. So these are your implementations of your interface here. And if you use that on a class, how we can use that, an interface can be implemented by a class or an object. When implementing an interface, the conforming type must provide the definition for all of its members. So to implement an interface, the name of the custom type is followed by a colon and the name of the interface which is to be implemented. An interface can be implemented by a class or an object. When implementing an interface, confirming the type must provided by the definition for all its members. So the implement an interface, the name of the custom type is followed by a colon. Okay, and then we can use it as in a column. And here there's the interface vehicle, fun is start, fun is stop. We can extend it as in a column and then override it. And here you can define your whatever with the car started and car stops, these two. We'll show you practically how we can do this. So we can use the default values and default methods with here. So methods in an interface can have a default values for its parameters. So if the value for a parameter is not provided at a time of the function call, then the default value is used. So there is a very good function but we can achieve it, that is you can use the default value if you are not sending the parameters on function calling time. So the methods can have a default implementation on that. So these are the use in the cases where the method is not overridden. So that is a very good quality when you work with this, because of it is error free. So there is no bug on that cases. So you can say that if you have a first interface and we have a fun add these to be, and we can provide some value to that. This is the default parameters on that, and if you override it with some other values, you can just call on that. So that's the way you can use it if you do not want to send the data on that. So it's value b5 here because of if you're not sending with the b value on that. So that's the way you can work with your default method with your interfaces. I will show you the example of this as a practical here. And after this we have properties in a method interfaces also. So just like your methods, interface can also contain the properties. However, since the interface doesn't have the static, that is they can't be instantiated, so there are no backing fields to hold their values. Hence the fields in the interface are either left abstract or provided by implementation. So Just like the methods, interfaces can also contain properties. Since the interface does not have the state, that they cannot be instantiated. So if talking about the properties, so we have a methods, interfaces can also contain the properties, likewise other things. So since the interfaces doesn't have the state, that it is, they cannot be instantiated. So there are no backing fields to hold their values. So hence the fields of the interface either left abstract or provided an implementation. So how we can use that? So here we can say that is an interface and we have a property get hello, and if you want to get access it, you can just call it like this. So here I am giving the example to you practically how we can do these properties in interface usage. And one more very interesting feature of the interface, that inheritance in the interface also be possible in Kotlin. So interface in the Kotlin can also inherit other interfaces, just like classes. So just as we say that we have some base class and we can make a derived class and we can use it. So sometimes what happen that we have some interface declarations and lot of methods be there. So I don't want to make the new interface on that. We can use that interface inside the new interface and make more implementation on that. So when an interface extends another interface, it can add its own properties and the methods, and the implementing type has to provide a definition for all the properties and the methods in both the interfaces. So an interface can inherit more than one interface. That is called an interfaces inside interfaces. So one more time, interfaces in the Kotlin can also inherit other interfaces. When an interface extends the another interface, it can add its own properties and the methods, and the implementing type has to provide the definitions. Okay, so here is a very simple example of the interface with the dimensions here. Okay, so here one more good thing in the interfaces of the Kotlin, that we can use the multiple interface implementations on that. So since classes in the Kotlin follow the concept of the single inheritance, that is, each class can inherit on one class. However, in the case of the interface, a class supports multiple inheritance and also the multiple conformance in a Kotlin. So a class can implement more than one interface provided it to a definition for all the members of the interface. You can make it a comma separated multiple interface on that. So that's the way we can implement that. We have a multiple supports of that kind of interfaces. So likewise, that if you have an interface, first property, the second is a method. So we can use both the ways. You can use a comma and then get access it. So we'll show you how we can achieve that, the two interfaces in a single class, how we can implement on it. That's a practical session. Okay, so let's talk about the interface in a practical session and how we can use that or how you can implement it. So for this, you have to click on the right on the Kotlins. So you can go for your Kotlin class file and you can say that interface. Okay, and you give your interface name, as I am giving the name as in a vehicle. Okay, so that's our interface vehicle. And here I have to declare two function, that is a start and a stop, as we discussed on theory. So we are making these two functions, and now for your main class we have to call that. Okay, so here that's we use on that class, we can say right click and create a class for the Kotlin. So the new Kotlin class file, and the name is your car. So that's our car. And I don't want to extend at this time, this is a base class, I just use it that interface be here. So that's your vehicle. And on this series, what to do, you have a that is overridden function. So you can say that override the fun start, and you have to override the fun stops, and both the implementation necessary here, and then remove that to do. So that means if there is not an issue, and then you can just go for your println. So you can say that println. So whatever your requirement, you can just put it here. So this is start, and you can just say that println this is stop. Okay, and then your own main activity, you just call that class. You can say the var car. You can say that this is your car, and that car dot start and car dot stop. So that's the way you can work with your simple
interfaces. So what we have do, we just go for on your right click on that example and then just say interface, create an interface, whatever be the name. You just define your all, declare your all the functions with there, not undefined, declare, and then make a class, and then here you can just override that those functions which you wanted from the vehicle, and that's those functions you can define it here, and you can just call it on your main activity like as a call of a car. So let's see what be the result of this. Okay, see the one more example of the default value, how we can use that. So here if you're making a constructor that is interface, that is a Kotlin interface, and I'm giving the name of our first interface, that is the your default value interface, we can choose it. So for this what to do, if we have a function like this, if you make a function with a parameterized form like your fun add, and here I want to make it as an int, and comma I need to make it as an int is equals to 5. So that means you can put the default values as we have discussed in our functions, how we can pass the values of the functions, a lot of other scripts. So here you can see that we have a print value, and here what to do, if we define it here and say that println, that means give the function definition inside interface, that is good thing. So you can say this is interface call, okay, and with default method, okay. And then now we have to call or create a one more class, that is called your new Kotlin class, and that's name is your test interface, and I'm making this test interface for the first interface, okay. So here I'm making the test interface be like. So it show me the error because of we have to override that fun, what be our interface value, fun add. So sorry, this is your first interface. So here we have to use it as an override fun add, okay, and here we have a override print value. So here if you want to do something with this and want to print that value be here, so that means we have to send some data. So if there is no data, be like if you do not want to go with that, just like say val x as is equals to a plus b, okay, and here we don't have any value be like, so we can say that's print ln, and that's your value is $x. I think these things you know that how we can concat it, and this you have to call that function, and you can say that println override value, and here you can first want to do what to do, you just say that 5 also. So let's see and how we can call that. So just remove that and you can just call that your val test interface, that's your test interface, and your test interface dot add. If you do not want to add, you just go with this and test interface dot print, okay. So let's see what be the result of this. Okay, so here you can see that we have a value is 10. So likewise that if you put it some values be here, just if you want to pass it 12 comma 45 or 13 be like. So if you see the result, what is that exactly? So that means if there is nothing, you can just use the default value on that cases, and if you want to call that with the values or parameterized form, so you can, it's just like the same as we have worked with our default value functions as we discussed. So you can see that here it is 25. So that's the way you can work with your interface also. So that's very interesting, and let's see more examples of the interface now. Okay, so let's see the one more example as we have done very simple and with the default value. Now this interface also be, we have worked with your properties So let's see how we can use the properties in your Kotlin interface. So you just say that it is a property interface. Okay, so that's very simple. And here you just go for the property be here. So here I'm talking about the val a, and that's your integer kind of property I'm using. And this is your val b, and here I'm talking about this is string kind of property. And also if I'm making the get here, so on the get I say this is interface string. Okay, so and now to create a class for this interface, so that's your Kotlin class, and this is your property class we can say. And here on this property class, what to do, you just call that your property interface. Very simple. And here it shows an error, that means you have to call your property, so you can say that override a int. So here nothing to do, you just either you can put it here or you can just put it here, so it depends where you want it. So make it a 30 or any number, and you have to call that string. This is your super.p. Okay, so that means default it can call the property on which you define on. So here you can just call that val, and that your property class, and that's your property class. You see that how much easy it is. Nothing to make a new or anything we have to do. We just simply calling in a Kotlin. Everything is very easy here. And property class dot. Okay. So here you can check that what is the value of this. So you can just say println of that values. Okay, and the same thing you just put it here for the property. I think so easy. Now we have to call and run this program and then see what happened on this. So let's check once it's run what be the property of these interface values. So now it install and then we can check it. So here on the property you can see that this is interface string, so we can check it whether it is coming or not. This is, yeah, this is interface string, that's beyond. And here our value for the property, what we added for the class, it's 30. So let's check it's 30 there or not. Yeah, it's a 30 there. So that means you can use those properties on your inherit ones. So that's also be a very good example of doing the interface with the properties. So that's me learning simple interface we have done with the default value functionalities, and then we have done with properties. So let's see more example on the interface now. Okay, so as we doing the inheritance in your classes, so we can do inheritance in our interface also. So let's giving the example to you how we can do the interface inheritance process. So for this first we have to calculate use a first interface, and that means each interface we contain the properties maybe. So I'm giving the name to this is dimensions. Okay, so this is your dimension interface, and here we have to put something be here just like val length and double, and here we have a val breadth double. So these two things we have, and now if you want to get access that the other interface, we can say that interface, or you can make it separate also. So this is your calculate. Okay, doing, but do you think just create a separate, that is good. I'm giving the separate example on that. You can do it on the same also, but it's good, you can work on separate. So you can say that this is your calculate dimensions. So this is our new Alright, this is the class. We have to create an interface. So make it as an interface. Okay, and here you just use the previous one. So colon dimensions. So that's we have a interface of the dimensions. Okay, and here you can work with the area. There are two methods we can call it, and the other thing is your parameter. That's nice. And now we have to make a class in which we have to call that interface. That means we have to calculate those area and parameters also. So for this you can create a class, maybe if you call with the rectangle class. Okay, so you can just say that rectangle, and that's you can call it with your calculate dimensions. Okay, and here you have to create override. First you have to calculate for the length. You just go for the values 12.0. okay, and override, this is your breadth, and this also be giving to the 12.0 also. So that means these two properties is inherit from your dimensions to calculate, and calculate we can use it. So here main thing is that we do not make it as an open, because class is open, methods open, properties open, but when you use the interface there is no need of that open. And you have to calculate with the one area, and you have to calculate with one parameter. So all done. So that means we have to calculate the things be here. Okay, and now for this, if you want to find that area, you can say that println, and here this is your area is dollar, and for this we have a length multiply dollar breadth. So that means you can calculate the things be here like so. You can just give the gap on that, and here if you want to make it as okay, you can do it on a single dollars also. So for this you can make it like this under the bracket. So here that means it's also be you can do and achieve, but better you just first you have to go for a separates. Okay, and here you can just you have to calculate the value of perimeter, and that perimeter be as dollar. Your length you can use it directly. Okay, so you can first you can do that, use it as a direct, then we'll show you how you can make it as a variables. Okay, with variables, and here you can say that perimeter, that's very good example, is that's your dollar, and you can multiply it plus, but first you have to add that. So you can just simply $2 multiply with inside the bracket you can just say dollar length plus, and that's your dollar breadth. Okay, and just close that. Better you can work with like let's see what happened with this, if we can go with this result. Okay, just try this if can possible, otherwise we can use it some other approach. So okay, and if we don't need it of this double quotes, then what happen? Println plus, and don't use it. Okay, so it give me the issue on that cases. Okay, so well, we can just use it like this and check it if that's possible, otherwise we can make it using the variables. Okay, so let's see what be the result for this. So we can call that in the main activity, and for the main activity you can just say that we have a val, our class is rectangle, and that's your rectangle. And for that rectangle dot, we can just say area and rectangle dot parameters. So let's see what be the result of this. Okay, so we'll see for our rectangle class. So that's your area. So it's a area is but not calculated it. So I think we have to do concatenation with the variables. So let's see, I'm giving the example how we can do that, because of it just printed on that cases. And parameter is something to multiply any value. So here you can see that we can't calculate the values be like that because of it just to be a simple printing values on that. So it just print the things. But how we can calculate it? So Kotlin gives a very good example for you. That means it gives you the curly bracket. Not like the other languages, we can use the simply parenthesis, but we can use now this. And then you can what be as an a, and with no need of that, you just say that dollar length into breadth inside the curly bracket, and then we can calculate the thing. So this is your area. The same thing you can say that perimeter is, and here this is the dollar, and for this what to do, you just say that curly, okay, and here you can just calculate it and then curly. So I think that's very interesting, and you can just call it a single dollar. So now we'll see what happen on that. Once it's done, we can check it. So that's an interesting way to work with your Kotlin with the interfaces. We have done a lot of stuff with a simple interface, default value interface, and multiple inheritance process interface, we can say that. So here we can say that area, you can say that this 144, and if you want to calculate the perimeter, so it's your 48. So that's the way you can work with your Kotlin. So a very good example of how we can use this dimension to on your other dimension, that is inheritance, and then we can use that rectangle as in all the values be there. Here we have a properties from the dimension, and here we have a methods from your calculate dimension. So this got inheritance process because of some in some classes or in some kind of complex programs, what we needed on the top level, we have need kind of all the interfaces be there, and we want to implement it with the new one, so better way, and it's Kotlin provide you to do this. Otherwise in other languages there is no inheritance process in your interface. So do this example practically, and that will implement you and give you the good knowledge on that cases. Okay, so now we have to do with the other examples also. Let's start it. Okay, so same as we inherit the things we here. Now I will show you the example of multiple interfaces example on that. So for this we have to create two interfaces, Kotlin class 5, and this is first interface we can create is interface 1, and in which we have put some properties be like we can say val a, and that is your int, and val b, that is your string. Okay, these two properties we are using here, and here if you want to put the get, you can just put it on the get with the strings, say hello, or yeah, just doing that hello. Okay, so here this is about first interface, and we'll show you how you can use the two or more interfaces on the single class. So once we have a second interface here, we can give the name second interface here. Okay, so this is our second interface, and here we have to do with the function, and that is your fun, and I'm using with the description. So this is your description with the function. So you can say that println, this is the multiple interface description. Okay, so that means we have two things we here. Number one is your interface 1 and number 2 is interface 2, in which first we have to call the properties and the other on the we have to call the multiple interface description function. So here we have to create a class in which we can call that both the functions we have. So for the class we can use multi-class, we can say multiple interface. I'm giving the name to that class. Okay, and here you can just call it how we can say the first interface and comma second interface. So you can call the both the interface be here. So for this you can say that override for what is our first interface. We'll see that here it is second interface. Oh, that's not be used on that interface 1, we have to call that. This is a interface 1. Okay, so that's why it's get added. So you can say that override val int, and here I'm giving the 93. Okay, so first is your value and the other we can just use it override fun description. So for the second interface, and we can use that. So that's the way you can work it. If you want to print ln this is, so you can say that override here. So by this way we can use our both the functions. Override function from second. Okay, so that's very simple. So here we can use both the variables be here and then call it in a main activity. So if you want to call it in a main activity, so you can say that multiple interface, and this is your multiple interface, and you can call that multiple interface dot whatever be. If you want to show the A, if you want to show the B, if you want to show the description, whatever be. So that's you can call it multiple inheritance. So 1, 2, and then get it on a class using a simple comma. And if you want to make it more 3, 4, 5, 6, you can create a multiple interfaces and then call it.
Okay, so after the practical session, we have to work with the override, and here override means method overriding means providing the specific implementation of the method of the superclass. So that means if there is a method in your base class and that you want make it the same on your subclass, so that is called your overridden functions. So in other words, when subclass redefines or modifies be there your method, so that is called your overriding approaches. Means if there is a class that is called car and there will be the engine, colors and lot of stuffs be there, but rate be on basis of the old model. But in the new approach or your inherited class, if that class car has contain the new features and some extra features with that you want to modify on the same function, so we can update it on the same way, and we can pass the new values and then use it in your derived class. So this is called your overridden method, but the method name should be same. That is the most important. And method overriding is only possible in inheritance. Kotlin rules of the method overriding is what? Parent class and its method or property which is to be overridden must be open. Otherwise, that means open. Always you put it in mind, it is a non-final. So it is a final, that means it's not extended. So method name of the base class in derived class must have same. Method have the same parameters as in a base class. So these be the important parts. Number one, parent class and its methods or a property which is to be overridden must be open. Method name of the base class and derived class must have same, and method must have the same parameter as in a base class. Again we can say that Method overriding means providing the specific implementation of method of superclass into its subclass. And in other words, one subclass redefines or modify the methods of its superclass into the subclass. It is known as method overriding. And method overriding is only possible in inheritance. And if you go for the Kotlin, so Kotlin has some rules of applying the method overriding. Number one, parent class and its methods or properties which is to be overridden must be open. Method name of the base class and derived class must have same, and method has the same parameters as in a base class. So these we have. And here we can say that if we have an open class bird, it can fly. But for the parrot, we can say it is a bird and it's a fly, but we can use it is in some other approach. So same for we can inherit for different classes or derived classes, we can say that. So this is called overridden. We'll describe you practically how we can achieve it. We have a bird flying, we have a parrot fly, so that means you can derive it from the same function as in the open, so you can override it. So here this is a very simple example of overridden function. We can discuss it practical in Android Studio. And here we can say that property overridden means if you have a var color black and that is a fly. So if you want to override the property, that is called color. So here if you want to override, you make it the variable also be open. You have to create your function also be open. You have to create your class also be open. So that's the way you can work with Kotlin. Otherwise, if you don't use it open or make it a simple class, it is a final, and final class never be extended. You can never be create your derived class from this. Of it is your variable also be not open, that means it also be the final. So it never be extended or override in your class. So whenever you work with your properties, whenever you work with your function, whenever you work with class and you want to extend it or use it for the overridden, you can use a open. So that's the way we can work here. And here you can see how we can extend the things. We'll show you practically one by one. So let's see the example in Android Studio. Okay, so let's see one more example of overriding with the properties. So how we can use the properties in your overriding method. So just like say if it is a bird, and we give the same example with the bird, and this is our base class as we extend it. So here you can, if you use the var color and that is equals to black, that is sub property. Okay, because of we are choosing the var because we can change it. So the same thing we can use it as it open. So if you open it, we can change it. So once it open here, we can go for a parrot, and this property we can override it. So if we say that override and var, and this is your color, you can see that. So here we have a getter setters, but getter setters we will show you later. At this time we just use it a simple way, simple approach, and that's it. And that is our property, and we have to change it. So you can say that var color, and that is equals to green. So we can extend it, and here you can say that our its color is dollar color. So that means its color is dollar color. That is means we can just change it, the override the property here. And the same thing we can do with this as in a duck, and we just copy paste it and we can use it as in a duck. So what is that? You can make it as a white. Okay, and this is our white, and duck swim, and its color is white. Dollar color. Okay, so now check it, what be the answer of this. Okay, so let's run this and see the code, what is the answer of that. So we can run this Gradles here and check it, what happened on that. So once it's done, here we can see that overriding function. So that's very interesting topic in a Kotlin. Oops is a great thing whenever you work with your any object oriented programming structure. And the Kotlin make it more easy. That means your code be very shortened during the time of working. So you can do that code in a easy approaches. You can achieve it in the easy way. So that's the way you can work whenever you do the Kotlin applications. I will give you the more examples on the bank real world entity system, like a banking system, how we can do or how we can make such a inheritance process with the override also. So both we can use it on that way. Okay. So now Gradle build finish, and we can check it what be our parrot color. So if you say that, just type it. This is So this is, you can say that this is a parrot and its color green. Okay, and for the duck system, so for a duck, what we say that duck swim. So if you say, if you want to check that, you can say that duck. So duck swim and its color is white. So that is the property which can override it. So that's the way you can override your properties also. So I will give you the more examples on the backing system on the just complete inheritance process. So let's see. So after inheritance and overriding, we discuss about the polymorphism in your OOPs. So it is also be the very good pillar of the OOPs. That's the fourth pillar and what most important part of the object-oriented approaches. So polymorph is one of the most important topics in the object-oriented programming. It goes hand in hand with inheritance. So poly means many and morph means shape. So when we give the multiple shapes to a single class, so it means we have a different forms of that classes. So that's called your polymorphism here. So the same method behaves differently based on the object. Here we have a different forms of the object methods that exhibits different behavior based on the object. That is the important line. We can say that we have a different forms of the method that exhibit different behavior based on the object. To define the polymorphism, simple words: a parent can hold a reference to its child and can call methods which are provided by parent class. A parent can hold a reference to its child and can call methods which are provided to a parent class. So here if we give the shape is your area, and we can get the shape of the circle and square. Two shapes we can calculate with the same method overriding. So but in different forms, so that's called your polymorph. So here we define the shape class, which is a base class and open for the inheritance. Using the shape class as a base class, we have a defined two other classes, circle and square. That means we give the shape class into two class. That means we morph it into two ways. Number one circle and number two square. And we have an area function there, and we can convert that area in multiple shape. Okay, so let's see the example of polymorphism, how we can use that polymorphism in a multiple shapes, how we can create that. So let's check about that. So for this, in a polymorphism, first we have to create a class, our shape. So you create the Kotlin class and that's make it as a shape. And this shape I have to create it for the multiple values. So that means for this shape, we have to make an open function, and that is called area. So that means we have to calculate this shape in a two ways. Okay, so
that's your return 0.0. And here you have to create also this class open. Okay, so that is the first basic way to do with your polymorphism. So I have to make it more shapes be like, so that means this shape be extended into 2 or 3 different shapes, like we can say circle, square, rectangle, and then do the same area we override on here. So this is called your polymorph. Poly means multi and morph means shape. So when we give the shapes to a multiple ways to a single class, so we can use it. So here we can give the shape to the new class that's called your circle. First we create a circle class and then extend it, and I want to make it as a parameterized, so that's your val radius I'm using, and that val radius be your double, and that I am giving the shape to that, and that shape, what to do, we have to use that shape be here, so we have to override area. Okay, and in this area what to do, we have to return that area as in your math dot py. Okay, and multiply by your radius, and multiply by radius. Okay, so that's the way you can work with your multiple shapes on that. So this is your first approach of doing the circle, and now I've created the second file that is called square. So, and you can create also be rectangle. So it depends on you how many shapes you want on that. So that is the polymorphism example. So you can say here we have a side, and that's also be double, and we have extend that be your shape, and that shape we have to got for your override function area. Okay, so on that case we have to return here, and on this return we have a side multiply by side. So that's we have example of this. So if you go with your main activity and then call the val your circle, on that circle we have here we have to pass the value of the radius on the circle, that is we can say 12.5, and we get that answer, and here you can say well area, that is your double, that is your circle dot area. So here you can show that, and you can print ln on that area. So that means we have an area of, you have to calculate that area. Okay, so same thing you have to apply for your square. So you have a square, and that's your square, and here we have a side 4.0, and you just do the same thing, and here you can say area of the square, and this is your square, and this is your area of the square. Okay, so you can say that area of circle dollar area. Okay, and here you can say that area of the square is dollar area of the square. Okay, so let's see what be the result of polymorphism be here. Okay, so one more example I show to you for the dynamic binding, as we have done the polymorphism before. And here what to do, you just go for your the main class, and you can just create a Kotlin class, and here okay we have already a class card here.
just no need of this, we can first delete that. Okay, now we have to create a new car class with some other functionalities. So right click on and then create a new class. That's your new class. This is a car, and in this car we just use the variable speed, and that speed is as an integer. Okay, and then here we have a open class because of we need to override, and here this is a open function, and that open function show. And here what to do for the show, we have to println, and you can say that car is running with dollar speed. Okay, so that's very simple examples I'm using. And now we have to make a new class, and that's the name of Mercedes or Maruti, whatever you want that. And here we can use the Mercedes speed, and that is also be the integer kind, and then colon you have to call for the car, and that is your m speed you have to pass on that. Okay, and at a runtime you can override function show, and here you want be the print ln, and here you want to show that function. You can say that Mercedes is running on dollar speed. Okay, so that's the way you can work, and that is a binding. That means we have to inherit that part, and you can just use that here. And if you call that on your main activity, you can just say the where Mercedes, and that Mercedes be your Mercedes, and that Mercedes we can call that the Mercedes dot show. Okay, and just a minute. Okay, so here we have to pass some values here. So Mercedes speed we need it 23 to 230. Okay, so that's, and here we can show that. And one more thing, if you want to call that with a Mercedes, okay, just say. So this is a very simple example. So run this and then check that what happened on that case. So this is your Mercedes speed. So here we can say that Mercedes is running, and here it is car is running. Okay. So Mercedes is running in on 230. Okay, so if you are using that car instead of the Mercedes, that means a car, so that means you can pass that value be here, but on that case you have to use directly parent on that case, but here we are using the override function of the parent be here. So this function be override at a runtime at in a dynamic time. So this we can change the shape of the car as in a Mercedes. You can change a multiple shapes like on a Maruti, and different functions you can use it. So that is the way you can work with polymorphism. Just practice on that. If we understand the polymorphisms in a detail, and that's we can say it is a static and a dynamic. So first is a static way and other is dynamic way. So as we implement the function at a runtime, and we extend the class and implement it multiple shapes. So that is called here at a runtime polymorphism. That means we have to override the methods. And on that cases when we override the methods, it means if you have any function, let's say area or a shape, that I will show you the example. So on that you give the multiple shapes like a circle, like a square, likewise that. And the static polymorphisms we can work with your method overloading and operator overloading, means on the same class we can overload. So overload and overriding, lot of stuffs be there. So I will describe you how you can use that static and method overloading. So static polymorphism, also known as a compile time polymorphism, let us understand it by the method overloading. So the method overloading, when methods have the same name but different signatures and which are used to performing the different kinds of operations. Like here we have an example of the loading. We have a function area types be different, just like it is a parameterized with the two different values, and we have a function area with the base and height values. So likewise that, and each and every functional area you are bit different area calculations. So this is called your method overloading on that cases, and here we can find that example on. So this is the other thing is your dynamic polymorphisms. This is also the runtime polymorphisms and late binding. So this is used to decide which block of the code of the function will be executed after the function call at the runtime. So when you do these things on the runtime and overriding onto that, so that's your called dynamic forms. Here we can say have a car, and car we have a Mercedes. We can change it at a runtime and we can show it. So that's the runtime polymorphism, and there we have to put that speed at another runtime of that car. So that's the difference between whenever you work with polymorphism. So let's see the example of the polymorphism, or multiple examples on that. Okay, so let's see one more example of your static binding, or we can say that early binding and method overloading in your polymorphism example, as we discussed in theory. So on that case, what to do? You have to create a class, new class Kotlin, and that class name I'm making the method overloading. So that means we create a multiple shapes on that. So on a single class I'm showing to you how you can, then after that you can extend it on a late binding. So if you have any function area, and that is your a and that is your int, okay, and it is return type of an int, and we can return that with a multiply a. So that's very simple example. And now we have to give this shape to the new one, and that shape I'm using that length, and that length I'm using within the int, and we can say that is a height, and that also be as an int, and this is your int, and we can return that. Okay, so this is the way, and here we can return it as an your length and multiply by height. So this is, you can give the multiple shapes to your area as we discussed on the theory. So here if we have one more area expansions, so you can just simply say the base, and different signature means I'm checking as an base, as an height, as an float, and return type also be a float, and that means it's totally different to your signature. And here we can say that return, and here you can use the base multiply by height, and that divided by 2. So that's all we have done with our area. And now if you call it with the variable method overloading, and you can just call it the method overloading, and here you just call that function as an println, and you can call that the method overloading dot area 12. Okay, and now I want to call that println, that's method overloading dot area, I want to make it length into breadth. Okay, and println method overloading dot area, I want to make it a base 12.2 and 12.4. So that's, these all you can work with this. So let's see what be the result of that overloading method. So here you can just say that ans is, so we can
find it all this in a single way. You just copy paste it, these things, and put it here, and now we run this and see what is the static binding we have to find out. This is your signature changes on that cases. Okay, so that's the way we can work here, and this is called a polymorphism static way, or static binding we can say, or early binding we can say that. So this static polymorphism we are using. So it is a compile time calculations, and the other thing is your runtime calculations when we override it in a runtime to a that method which is on your super class. So once it's done, we can check that. Okay, so here answers. So you can see that all these we have. This is a example of multiple. That means same name but different signatures. We can use the same area. Okay, this is the method overload on that. So a singleton class in any language is a class that is defined in such a way that only one instance of the class can be created and used everywhere. Because of when you say that you have a class and you call it just like new class and call it anywhere in other programmings. So I don't want to call it a multiple instances on that. We just create a one time and then you can call it anywhere. So it is used to where we need only one instance of the class, like a network service, database service. That is very useful. In that cases, we have to work with singleton. So in a Kotlin also, whenever you work with your network service, database service, or backend connectivity, so we can use the singleton also. So it is done because it takes the resources of the system to create these objects again and again. So it's better to create only once and use again and again the same object. So we're talking about the singleton as only one instance as the globally. So only one instance means the singleton classes has only one instance, and this is done by providing an instance of the class within the class. And also outer classes and subclasses should be prevented to create the instance. So that means what happens? So whenever we create a singleton class has only one instance at a time, and this is done by providing an instance of the class, and we can call it within the class. And if you want to go for the outer classes and subclasses, that be prevented. And if we say the globally, so that means we can create the globally and can accessible to each class. So it's on your requirement whether you want with a singleton only one instance, or you can work with your multiple or say globally instance for all classes. So that's very useful, and whenever we say that we have to connectivity one time, then we use it. Okay, so if we are talking about the rules of making a singleton class, so we can say it is a private constructor, a static reference, a one static method, and globally accessible object reference, and consistency across multiple threads. Okay, so what we needed? A private constructor, a static reference, a one static method, and global accessible object reference, and also consistency across multiple threads. So that's we need whenever you work with your class singleton. So as we know that private constructor means we have our constructor is a private, and static means one reference should be static, because of we want to call it anywhere and make it static, so we can make the same whenever we call the instance of that. And one static method we need it, and global accessible object reference we need it, and consistency across multiple threads. That we'll discuss practically. So if we define it in a detail, so we can say that singleton class in a Kotlin is called a singleton object in a Kotlin, and singleton class is a class that is defined in such a way that only one instance of the class can be created and used everywhere. So many times we create the two different objects of the same class, but we have to remember that creating two different objects also require the allocation of two different memories for the object. So it is better to make a single object. Okay, so that means whenever you create a multiple allocations where we need it, we do not go with that. We just created a singleton class, make a static reference, and then call it. So again I say, Kotlin in a singleton class in a Kotlin, it's also be called a singleton object, the most important part. And singleton class is a class that is defined in such a way that only one instance of the class can be created. And one time it is created, it's used everywhere. And many times we create the two different objects of the same class. But we have to remember that creating two different objects also require the allocations. So it is better to make a single object and use it again and again. So why it is called object singleton? So that means when we use an object instead of a class, Kotlin actually uses the singleton and allocate the single memory. Okay, and in a Java, a singleton class is made making a class named singleton, but in a Kotlin we need to use object keyword. Okay, so there's a difference between there. In a Java we can use the singleton keyword, and here in a Kotlin we can use object keyword. So whenever you create your object class, that means it is a singleton. So the object class can have a function, properties, init method. The constructor method is not allowed in an object. The most important part is constructor is not allowed. And so we can use the init method if some initialization is required. So if you want to initialize something inside that, so you can call init, as we discussed in simple classes. So we call the methods and the member variable present in the singleton class using the class name as we did in companion objects. So again I say that's many times discuss in an interview time how you can create your singleton, and it is a very important topic whenever we discuss in the Kotlin. So that means you can say that object keyword we are using, and in a Java it is a singleton keyword. So there's a difference. And whenever you make an object class, so that is called your singleton class. So the constructor method is not allowed in the singleton class in Kotlin. So we use the init method, and we call the method and member variable in singleton class using the class name. Okay. And if we discussed a simple example that when we have object 1 of the class, object 2 the same class, and we can fetch it like this, as we have done many times and doing in other programming languages also. But if you make it as in a singleton, so you can make it object class and then use it directly. So no need to make it new reference everywhere. So one more example we discuss, just like you can say that that's your name object class. You can init your want to invoke that, or if you want to print, or if you want to initialize something, you can use the init method here and then put the variable name, and then you can use or add your function to it. That's fine. I will discuss it practically. Okay, so now let's talk about the properties of a singleton class. So properties of the singleton class, the following are the properties of the typical singleton class. Number 1, only one instance. Number 2, globally accessible, and constructor not allowed. So 3 important things you have to put in your mind. Number 1, the singleton class has only one instance, and this is done by providing an instance of the class within the class. And if you want to create your instance as a globally, so you can create globally also. So it depends on use, whether you want to inside the class and whether you want to global access. And we can use the init method to initialize our member because constructor not allowed. So if constructor not allowed, so we can use init method. So 3 important factors or 3 important properties you have to put in singleton class when you making it in a Kotlin. So now a little bit discuss about why we called object here. So object expressions create object of anonymous classes, and that is classes are not explicitly declared within the class declaration. So such classes are useful for one-time use. So whenever we create a one-time use class, you can make it as an object. An object expression used as a anonymous classes. Okay, so anonymous classes means we have a create object for not for a dynamic allocation but for one-time use. So you can define from the scratch, inherit the existing classes or implement interface, all the things you can do, but you never use the constructor in these kind of classes. So here object singleton, there's a parameter, name, function, everything with there, you call that method. So we discuss it in practical session. Here one more example we shall discuss. Here how we can call that function b here as an object singleton. And here we can call the private, and this is our class, and then we can create an instance and use it. That's simple approach. And here in a Kotlin it is different from your Java. So here simple example how we can call that function. So these all be the practical stuffs I will discuss practically. Okay, so let's see the first example how we can create the class. So here you can say the class and say new, and under the Kotlin file you can see that here we have a object class. That's very different. So you can just make it as a test class. So I'm using the test. Okay, so under the package or freely wherever you want you can do that. Okay, so never create a constructor in it. So in it we use initializers, that is as in a curly bracket, and inside you can say that this is your object class. You can say this is object class. Okay, and now we can say that how we can call that, or if you need any variable name you can say the name and say this is test. Okay, and now if you want to create your function inside, you can create your function like fun. You can say that add a colon int b colon int also colon int also, and here you can return a plus b. That's easy. So likewise you can call that, but how you can use it in a main activity, you just say that where test is equals to test. Okay, so you never create with a constructor like this, otherwise it gives an issue because of it is not a class, dynamic class, it is one time calling. So you can say the test dot, so if you want to print it you want to say that println, that's test class plus test dot name. Okay, that's very easy. And also just copy paste it. I want to just check it for only that name, so just create a test. And the last is if you want to create where sum is equals to your test dot add 2 comma 3, these two numbers, and now you have to print it test class, and here we have to print sum. I think that's very easy. So that's you have to work on, and just check it what be the answer of. Okay, so let's see the result, and here I'm printing the test class, so can check what be the answer on that. So that means whenever you create it, you never use the brackets like the other classes, and once you create it, you create your instance like this. But this I'm giving a small example, but the bigger example is on that whenever you create your network or your database connectivities, on that cases we are working with this. Okay, so once it's installed, it say that. So it is your test class instance first, it showed you this is test, and it gives us sum to you. Okay, so that's the way you can work with here. So here if you want to give it definition on that, you can give it 2 strings also. This is your object creations video. Okay, so that's you can just simply make a test class as an sample. I will give you one more example of how you can build your one more test class. So whenever you create your class as singleton, you have to make it as an object. That's most important part. Okay, so if you take in one more example of object class, so what to do, you just create one more class here, and here you can just create it as a Kotlin class. Just practice on that and your object, and you can say that this is your singleton. So once you create your singleton class, you can just init the second step, and under that you can say that println, we have to init that. Okay, so that means init in singleton. Okay, and here you can create your message and say that this is singleton, and once it's done you can say that fun println, or say print, and you can just call that message. So you can just say the print ln, and that's your message. Okay, so that's the message we can call, say messages plus message. So that's the way first we have to do, and now we can call that singleton in your class also, but at this time first we take it about in the main activity how we can call. Just removed it. So other approaches you can call that be here, you just directly call it as a singleton dot your print. So that means you can directly, no need to make a variable also. So this is the second approach whenever you work with, and when you run that, so you can just call that easily. So this is there is no object creations, there is no variable, so that's the way you can work directly. This is called your singleton use of that. So like this you can create your class also. That means you can use that singleton in your class, and that class you can access on your activity also. So many approaches you can do that. And if you say that what be the answer of this, we can say this is masses. Okay, so we can say masses. So we can say that this is messages, this is singleton. So using directly we can access it. And if you want to access it like that, singleton dot message also, and you want to print it directly, so that's you can do that also be here. Okay, so just print it and then run that. So that means whatever you want on your singleton you can get access anywhere, but in a one time we can creations for that object, and that is very useful. So no need to make a multiple instances of such kind of classes. That means it saves the memory also. Okay, so that's the way we can work with our singleton class. So this is our message on that. So we can use that class and this kind of stuffs in it. So that's the way the work with your singleton. You just practice on that singleton class. Okay, so let's discuss about the lambda expressions. Lambda is a function which has no name. So whenever we work with the lambda expressions, we can say the lambda. Lambda is expression only, and lambda is defined with the curly braces, which takes variable as a parameter or any body of a function. And arrow is operator. So whenever you call that any function, any body, so you can call it with the arrow. So variable, arrow, body of the function, this is called the pattern of your lambda expression. So it is used to shorten the code sometimes. So in the Kotlin, the same way we can use the approaches and work with your lambda expressions and make our program code easy and within less words. So we'll discuss that as we have worked with the when expressions. So mainly on the when and other expressions we can use this. And if you're talking about the normal function, and you can see that if we add two numbers a, b, and we can add normally with two numbers and call that function. But what happened that if you're using that lambda expression, so you can say that add number a, b, and your lambda expression, and you can pass that arrow unit, and then under that you have to add two numbers there, and my lambda you call. So this is the approach you can call that lambda. I will describe you how you can do that possibly. So the Kotlin lambdas is similar to the Java lambdas. A function without name is called your anonymous function. So for lambda expressions, we can say that it's anonymous function, and we can use it as just like a company, and we call it simply in walk on. But we can use it as an arrow. So you can call it data type, argument list, code body. So how we can use the code body? That also be the work like this. Here we have a int, b int, a plus b. So many times we can use that lambda and it become code very easy. So as a two example, using the sum, we can find that how we can use two numbers. Okay, so let's see the example of the lambda. So for this, how we can use the lambda function. So here we can say that if we have any, I give a very small example on that. If you have any val that is sum and that is equals to, you have a curly brackets in which you have to find that sum. So you can say that it is a integer and b also be the integer, and you can say that arrow a plus b. So that means we can directly fetch that value easily. Okay, and now you can print the sum also, or if you want to make it as a result, so you can find that result is equals to sum of two numbers. Okay, so here you can print ln that sum be here. So you can say that result is plus result. Okay, so here, and now we can then use that and then find that result what happened on that cases. So that's the way we can work in your simple lambda expression. You can also work with the functions in the lambda expressions. That's very needful, and how we can apply it that also be. So now the launch activity be here, so it's show to you it is 24. That's very easy. So that's the way you can find the simple approach of your lambda function. That's your arrow. Now one more thing I want to explain, that if you want to create a function in a lambda, how we can generate it. So you can say that if you have any function like a fun add, and here you can say that this is int and this is b int, and you can create your my lambda, and you can say that column, and if you want to make it as an integer kind of, and that's your unit. Okay, so unit in a Kotlin it works that which unit you want on that. So that's a simple approach of lambda function, and here you can just say that sum, and that is equals to your a plus b. Here you can add the numbers. Okay, and once it's done, you can say that here you can call that function be my lambda, and here you have to pass that sum. Okay, so now how you can call that function here, that's also be interesting. So you can go with your val, and val you can create here my lambda, or give any name because of it's a calling. So lambda and colon, and you can say this is your int arrow, this is your unit, and you can call that here as equal to, that's on curly bracket. As we discussed, we need it to as enough under the curly bracket we can make that, and under that curly bracket what to do, you can say that as integer, and that as we want be as in a print element. So that means we can print our value here. So that's our approach, different approach to call that, and here you can find your sum. So we can call the number be 12, 12, and that's your my lambda. Okay, so these be result I want it as in a unit, as in a integer form. So let's see what be the answer of this be here. So many approaches you can work with your lambda as we discussed in a WAN. So on the WAN we can as in a switch in replacement of we are using the WAN we discussed on that time. So that means on that cases we can use this lambda expressions also. That's very useful and very easy and interesting whenever you work with this. So let's see what be the result of this, and so we can check it. So here yeah, let's see, because of here we haven't print the value, so not getting. Yes, you can see that this is 24. So that's we have an answer of 24, 12 plus 2. So that's the way you can work. Here you can say, just say,
If we're talking about the view, so we can say in a simple definition, it is a simple building block of user interface. So if you see the websites and there be your, if it is in a login form or other forms be there, and when you put input be there, so just like your, you put your name be there, you put password be there, and then click on the button. So it strike on your server side and get response from that whether the login or not. The same process be here. Here in our activity we have to put the rectangular boxes just like your edit text, text view, your buttons. So these all are called views here. Okay, and they are under the view group. So that means in a view group hierarchy we can say the view group and the view both be together. So we can say that it is a small rectangular box that can be the text view, edit text, even or a button, and it occupies the area on the screen in a rectangular area, and it's responsible for drawing an event handling. So view is a superclass of all the graphical user interface components. Okay, and the view group is the superclass of all your layouts. So that means both work together be here. And if you're talking about the types, there will be the text view, edit text, button, image button, date picker, radio buttons, checkbox, and image view. We explore it as in the practical sessions and in other sessions also how we can use that. So again, if you say that the basic building block of for a user interface, a view object which is created from the view class and occupies a rectangular area on the screen and is responsible for drawing and event handling both. So that means we have to do any operations on that. That means any event, just like on a button click and input text, so a lot of things be there. So view is the base class for widgets. So widgets be here UI widgets. So which are used to create interactive UI component like a buttons, text fields, etc. So there is a very good definition if somebody asks to you in a interview. So that means it is a basic building block for user interface. And if you see that there is a top hierarchy level that is in linear layout, under that is called a view group. And then if we go with the base on the relative layout, I created a multiple views here. Then on the view you can put it the other views just like a button, your text view, a lot of stuffs you can do that. So that's a very good example of view group and the group together. So if we are talking about both, so the view group is a subclass of a view and provides invisible container that hold other views or other view groups and define their layout properties. At a third level, we have different layouts which are subclasses of the view group class, and typical layout defines the visual structure for an Android user interface. What we can say that it shows a visual structure for an Android user interface and can be created either at a runtime using the view group objects, or you can declare your layout using the main layout XML. As we talked about, if there be the main activity, there's the main layout. If you have the second activity, there is the activity second layout. So whenever you put it that, you just work with that main layout and make that view or a view group according to your choices. I will explain these things in practical session. So next is your layout. So if talking about the Android layout, so that's sometimes it's very be good working with them because of they are the holders and they are the view groups also. So the layout basically refers to the arrangement of elements. We can say that on a page these elements are likely to be the images, text or styles. So that means if you want with the vertical views, just like on the added text and below that likewise, so we can make a different layout. If you want to make it as in a grid form, so there'll be the different layout. So that depends on that which kind of page you want on that. So we can say that it is the arrangement of elements. Elements means your views. So these are a part of Android Jetpack. Jetpack is the new Android version nowadays be working. So they define the structure of Android user interface in the app. So like an activity, and all elements in the layout are built with the help of views and the view groups. So these layouts can have the various widgets like buttons, labels, text boxes and many others. So that's called your layouts. So if we go in the depth of the layout, we can say that the most common way to define your layout and express the view hierarchy is within XML layout file. Because of if you explore that your file that is on Android main in res folder. So that is be the on the top level, that is just like with the HTML pages. So on the top element, and each element in XML is a either a view or a view group object, just like your layout, that is a linear layout, relative layout and others we'll discuss. And also there will be the edit text, text view, labels, whatever be that according to the scene. So the name of an XML element is respected to the Java classes that it represents. So that means there will be some IDs of that all views. We can access those IDs on your main activity. So if you're talking about the linear layout, Android linear layout is a view group that aligns all children in either a vertical or a horizontal. That means if you want to work that with your views as in a vertical order or as in a horizontal order, so you can use this, you can choose this. It depends on you which layout you want on that for your views. Okay, so the number one, it is attributes very good, just like first one is ID is for everyone. Android ID, whenever you work with the ID, it is unique ID forms. Whenever you get access on your main activity, you can work with that. We'll show you practical. So that's the way, and you can see that if it is in horizontal, so all the views be like this, and if it is in a vertical, so that means one by one on a vertical manner, that's with the views. Okay, so there will be the orientations. Number one orientation horizontal and vertical. It works only with the linear layout. So you can see that, and there is a gravity whether you want with the left, right, center. There is orientation whether you want with the horizontal or a vertical. There is a weight sum, that means sum of all child weights, that means if that which is equally distributed on your layout. Okay, so that's the way you have to work with the linear layout. I will explore practical session. Just think about that, what happened with this. So here this is the linear layout. Here you can see that on the top there is the orientation vertical if I want. So the button 1, button 2 and button 3, there be on one by one we can put it. So that means it shows in a linear layout vertically. Okay, and if you're talking about the second layout, that is also be the important layout, that's called your relative layout. So here it works as in a parent form. So Android relative layout enables you to specify how child views are positioned relative to each other, just like on the left side, on the right side, on the center of the parent. So that means these kind of positions we can use that. There is no orientation type. So the position of each view can be specified as in a relative to sibling elements and relative to the parent. That is the most important line. The position of each view can be specified as a relative to sibling element or the relative to the parent. So if you go with the relative layout, there is the same gravity, but here some important things with there. There is ID, but there is other thing is your how we can shift that particular view. So that means it is the bottom align left, align parent bottom, align parent top, so likewise that and many more. So we can put it that views together, as in on the centers, on the left side, on the right side arrangement, so that with the arrangement that's be work with your parent or other sibling views. So that's the way we have to work with relative layouts. So you can see that on the top there is something, and in the middle there is the left and the right align, and on the bottom we have a bottom align. So that's the way we have to work with it. So there is no such orientation on that, and there is a gravity. So these be the things we have to work. Now the next is your table layout. So the table is just like as its name suggests, within a form of tabular form. So Android table layout going to be arrange groups of the views into rows and the columns. So you will use the table row. That means you want to work with the rows of the table, or you want to work with the columns of the table, so you can work. There is a collapse column, so there will be the ID, there will be the shrink columns, there will be the stretch columns. So it depends on how you can make it. So this is your all kind of rows be here, but it is not too much popular. We have to work be like this on a relative, on the linear layout. These to be the most important layouts whenever you work with that. But if you want sometimes overlappings, just like if you want with the text over image or image over a something, so that kind of things we have only fulfilled by the frame layout. So the frame layout is designed to block out an area on the screen to display a single item, and generally frame layout should be used to hold a single child view because it can be difficult to organize child views in a way so that's scalable to different screen sizes without the children overlapping each other. So that's you can work with your frames. So here we have a ID, there is in the foregrounds, so that means on the backgrounds there will be the measure all children. So there you can see that you can work with. So here is the image view, you can put it center of that image with the text. So that means a single holder in which we have to put both the things. So that's the way we have to work on the frame layout. We'll show you practical session. In a practical session, we'll discuss about that. And we have other layout that's not too much popular, but we work that is called your absolute layout. So let's your specify exact locations of its children. So that means exact position where you want on your screen, so you can use that, but it is less flexible and harder to maintain, so nobody use this. It's little complicated. So it's the same, we have a ID, but there is a layout X, there is a layout Y, so there is a positioning where we have to start. So if you know the positioning well, then you have to work like this with the absolute layout, otherwise leave it. So here you can see that absolute layout, and under we have a buttons, and we can give the positioning to that on X and Y. That is new. It is a most important, and nowadays it's very popular in a new architecture. That is called your constraint layout. So constraint layout allows you to create a larger and complex layout with the flat view hierarchy. So it is similar to the relative layout in that all views are laid out according to relationships between the siblings. But here we can just work with the positioning on that. It's a more flexible than relative layout and easier to use with the Android Studio layout editor. So you can just put it on your A, you can just shift it whether you want on that, B on the right of, and C on the bottom. You can make like this. So that's we already work with your all layouts as in a theoretical manner, and we'll discuss it in a practically how we can achieve. Okay, after layouts, now we're talking about the widgets. Actually, when we say the widgets, there are two corresponding things we come out. That's number one is your app widgets, and number two is your UI widgets. So when we say the widgets, widget display your app's new and interesting content in consolidated from a mobile home screen. The link to richer details within the app. So if you say the app widget, so there is a some kind of widgets we have worked, just like informations. We can say information widgets display a few elements of importance to user and track how that information changes over time, and such as weather or sports score. So that's called your information related widgets. And collection widgets, we can say that collection widget display multiple elements of the same type, just like we can say a collection of articles, browsing collections, opening an details scene. So that's we can collection widgets. And third one is our control widget. So the control widgets display frequently used functions. So these functions may be triggered from the home screens without opening the app. So just like you can say the play, pause, skip music, tracks, all this. And hybrid, many widgets are hybrids that combine elements of the different types above. So that means that is called your main app widgets. But when we're talking about the UI widgets, so the particular views, just like your edit tag, buttons, that's we call your UI. So here views, that's we call your UI widgets. They are given a lot of Android widgets with the simplified examples, just like your button, edit text, autocomplete text view, toggle, date picker, time picker, progress bar, labels, lot of things be here. And if we explore some simple views or simple widgets be here. So number one is here on the button. So Android button represents a push button. The Android widget button is a subclass of a text view class, and compound button is a subclass of button class. So there are different types of buttons in Android, such as the radio button, toggle, compound button. So that's we have work. And how we can work with the events, that's all we will discuss on a practical session. So here talking about the radio button that's commonly used, it is two states we can say that here. And means whether it is checked or unchecked. If it is checked, then it means it's there be some functionality or event be happen, and it is unchecked, so that means it not at this time, not use on that case. So if a single radio button is unchecked, we can click it to make checked, and once a radio button is checked, it cannot be marked as unchecked. Okay, so the radio button is generally used with the radio group. So that means if we say there will be the 2 or 3 choices or multiple choice questions we have to work, and like that kind of view we have to work on, so we can use that radio group with radio buttons. And another is called a spinner. Spinner is just like we can say drop down. So drop down, if you want to show that there be some choices and you have to select any one, so you can make the combo box, we can say that. And it can be used to display the multiple options to the user, and you can choose any one of them, you can select any one of them. So it is a drop down menu with multiple values from the user can select only one, and here some adapter views we have to use on that because of adapters. We'll discuss it later. So that means if I want the data from backend to the front end in the spinner, those kind of things we use on the adapters. And others, you can say that edit text is a subclass of a text view, and edit text is used for entering and modifying text. That means sometimes we need to enter in a login form, so that means enter your name, so you use the edit text, you can say, or input types of anything you want. For that you use the edit text, while the text view is just simply showing the text, that is like a labels. So here we have a text watcher interfaces in which we have to work like add text change listener, and Android edit text is a subclass of text view. It is used for the entering and modifying the text, and there will be some weight, height, ID. So these kind of stuffs be there. And text watcher, we can say that by which we can check that our text be entered or not. So before text change we use this, on text change we use it, and after text change we use it. So that's the way we have to work with our UI widgets and the text forms. Now this is the most important term. Okay, beside that, that means the rest of the widgets we shall discuss practical sessions, and in other sessions also whenever we need on that. So here now that's the most important topic that is called your events. So in Android Input events are used to capture the events. We can say that any triggering, just like if you click on the button, that's the event. If you input something, that's event. This kind of events we can say here. So button clicks, edit text, touch, view objects that define the user interface of our application when the user interacts with it. To handle input events in Android, the view must have in a place an event listener. So the view class from which all UI components are derived contains wide range event listener interfaces here. Okay, so we have to implement all the interfaces related to that events. So but here we can say that set on click listener. So that's your click listener is your interface for that. So to respond to an event of a particular type, the view must register an appropriate event listener. So that means whenever you put that listener, you can use that event, and which ID you have to apply, it depends. So that means button listeners different, text view listeners different, edit text is different. So that's the way we have to work with the events. And if you're talking about a button, as it is respond to click event, because of button is used for clicking. So here we have a on click listener, and we have to work with on click callback. So that means there is a methods and under your listeners, that means under your interfaces we can say that. So in Android, event listener is an interface in the view class that contains a single callback method. These methods will be called Android framework. And register means ID. So we have to pass that particular button ID there, and then we click on that, and then it show and triggering on that. I will explain and explore it on your UI view with the practical. So that's the way. And if you're talking about the main common events in a UI, that is the on click. This method is called when the user touches or focus on the item using navigation keys. And on long click, that means there is a long click there as the name, when the user touches and holds the item or a focus on the item using the navigations. Okay, if you explore all the events be here. So number one is your on click. This method is called when the user touches or focus on the item using navigation keys. And then we have on long click, there's the methods called when the user touches the whole item or focus. That means for a long time we can touch and then click. Focus change means this method is called when the user navigates onto or away from the item. So that's change the focus. So that's all the way to work. On key, this method is called when the user is focused on the item and press or release. On touch, this is called when the user performs on touch events. On create context menu. So these be all events mainly used on the apps. And now these be the events, and we discuss about the menus. We have a other session in which we'll describe all the menus in details with practically. But here I just giving the overview related to the menus. And menus, we can say that a common user interface component in many types of applications. Sometimes what happen that we do not we have some other work that is related to the app, but that is not so much important on that. We just give attention to the user that there is a part of this app, just like about us page, call us page, and settings. So on that cases, what we needed, we do not go with our main app, we have to make these kind of options, menu options. So there are three kind of menus we use, that's option, context, and pop-up. So we can say that again, menus are a common user interface component in many types of applications. To provide a familiar and consistent user experience, you should use the menu APIs to present user actions. So we can click on the menus also. So option menu, context menu, pop-up. So if you go with the option menu, they are the primary menus of the Android. They can be used for the setting, search, delete, or user options and other options for that. So we are going to see the two examples of the option menus. First the simple option menus, and the second option menus with the images. So you can see that here on the top there is the three bars, the three buttons we have. So you can see that, and there will be the items. So that's your menus, option menus.
Now if we go for the context menu, so Android context menu appears when the user press long click on the element, and it is called known as floating menu. So that's on the mid of your apps that's work on. It affects the selected content while doing actions on it. So that means whatever you want, you can on your desired clicking, it works. Just like you can see that is your context menu. And last is your pop-up menu. So the Android pop-up menu display the menu below the anchor text if space is available. Otherwise, above the anchor text it displays if you click outside the pop-up menu. And the Android widget pop-up menu is direct subclass of the Java Lang object class. So you can see that here. So on click, it is just below that on particular widget. So that's the way these pop-up menus be work. So number one is your option, number two is context, and number three is your pop-up. So in three areas we have to work. So the most popular used on that is your option menus. Now we'll discuss about little bit on adapter. An adapter object acts as a bridge between an adapter view and the underlying data for that view. So that adapter provides access to the data items. And the adapter is also responsible for making a view for each item in dataset. So at this time I am giving overview for all those things, but practically we'll describe the adapter, how we can use it in recycler view. That's all be in a detail. But here we can say that adapter is such a thing by which we can show something in your view and we can get the data from backend or from data source. So that is the a bridge between data source and your view. So the adapter provides access to the data items. The adapter is also responsible for making a view. So it holds the data and send the data to an adapter view. Then view can take the data from the adapter view and show data on different views. So like list view, grid view, spinner. So that's you have to fill from your backend data. So if you want with your customization, look your colors, you want to build it, and if you want to give it according to your choices, according to the layouts as you see in apps, so that's we use custom adapters on that cases. So how you can make a custom adapters that we also discussed in the session. So we can say that the types, if we're talking about, so there are some commonly used adapters in Android used to fill the data in the UI components. Number one, your base adapter. Number two is your array adapter. Number three, custom array adapter. Number four, simple adapter. And number five, custom simple adapters. So base adapter, it is a parent adapter for all others. That means whenever you say the base adapter, we can extend it and you can make your custom adapters using this. So it is a top or parent. So array adapter, it is used whenever we have a list of single items. So whenever we have an items list, we can use array adapters. Custom array adapter means it is used whenever we need to display a custom list using the array adapter. And simple adapter, it is an easy adapter to map static data to view defined as your action. So whatever you want, you can put it. And custom, it is used whenever we need to display a customized list, so you can work on that. So that's the way we have to use this adapter. But the top we can use always be the base adapter. That is the most important part. So here you can see that your data source, their data source be any your SQL, your web servers. So whatever we use that, you can fetch your data and put it on the adapter, and adapter shows that data in your list view, your recycler view, or in other views where you want to show that multiple data sets. Just like here, you can see there will be a name and you want to show that particular images on site. Okay, now we discuss about the themes and the styles, because of whenever you make your layout, your look and feels be good, like your if you work on the font size, if you work on the style look, so that's we have to work with our themes and the style in Android. So styles and trees in Android allows you to separate the details of your app designs from UI structure and behavior. It's just like if you go with the CSS in web designing, that is the style sheets.
So a style is a collection of attributes that specify the appearance of a single view. And a style can specify attributes such as your font color, font size, background color, and likewise that. And if you go with the theme, so theme is a collection of attributes that's applied to an entire app. So that means which kind of theme you want, dark shade, light theme. So on that cases, your all activity be runs like on. So activity or view hierarchy, not just an individual view. So the themes work on complete app while the style work on individually, and depend if you want to go with all or particular. So the themes can also apply styles to non-view elements such as the status bar, windows, background. So these covered under the theme. So if we say the themes versus the styles, so the themes and the styles have many similarities. They are used for different purposes. Themes and styles have the same basic structure, a key value pair which maps attribute to resources. A style specifies attributes for a particular type of view. For example, one style might specify a buttons attribute. And every attribute you specify in a style is an attribute you could set in the layout file. So by extracting all the attributes to a style, it's easy to use and maintain them across multiple widgets. So you can use it anywhere. But a theme defines a collection of named resources which can be referenced by the styles, layout, and widgets. So the themes assign semantic names like a color primary to Android resources. So it's like if we say the themes with the color primary, so it works with on for all themes. That means all apps. So that's, but we can say that they mean to work together to make your app looks good. So it on your choices which kind of theme you want and which kind of styles you have to work. But this is a simple overview I'm talking about. We shall discuss in details. And if you see that there is a style, we give the style name. We check the parent, which kind of your parent be. It's an app compact kind of your activity, which kind, and or complete item color be. And we use the text color for complete activity be like this. So it depends which kind of styles you want to look on. So it's all look and feel for your app. So you can see that like if you want to the color red, your fonts be different, your theme be dark. So likewise this it works for the providing the best device compatibility with the resource. Okay, so in Android Studio, to start the resources, how we can check that practically. So first if you go with that on your project, here you can see in every project, as we have done many times, there is a activity main XML with your main activity Java file. So at this time, first we change this to the relative layout and just make it at a center, the first point. So here we have a center in parent true and gravity make it on the center, and here we have a text size, it's I'm making a 30 dp. Okay, so now you can check that that's your hello world. Okay, so at the center. So now we start the resources. So as we did the resources be here in your res folder, so everything be on your drawable, your layout, your bitmap, and your values. We have a resources. These resources we can get the data from the resources in your main activity. So we are talking about first the colors XML. So here if you go with the colors XML, and you can see that how we can change these colors and use it on your main. So first if you click on here, you can change your colors according to whatever you want on. Okay, and you can make your or customization colors be here. You can choose that whatever be the requirement according to your project, so you can do that. Okay, so if you want to define the more colors, you just copy paste it as in a I want with a white color and black color, so we give the name as an you give any name, you just say black color, and this is your color white, and we know that the color black is your 6 times 0 and color white is your 6 times f. Okay, so that's, and I want to change this color as in a background of your view holder. So as we discussed that we have a view holder, and then I want to change the color as in the color accent be here. So you can see that here you can there be the view holder color be changes. Okay, now I want to change this text color be here as in white. So that means we can fetch these things be from the XML to this. So that is your resources, and we get the data for the colors into your activity main. Okay, so that's the way we can get our colors. And also there will be some properties we already discussed, just like on the text widget properties. So here you can see that this a beautiful look on background color with the white text. So you can design your own. Okay, so now we're talking about this strings, and in this strings if we define some string here, like just copy paste it, and here you can say allow, and you can say that this is session. I want these resources here on your activity main. So there will be the way we can use it. The number one approach is you can go for this text and say add a string hello. Okay, and now you can change, you can see that hello, this is a session. So that's the way we can work with this. But what happens if you want to do with your ID with the Java? So you can say that on your ID, and you define that text view val or whatever be, or text val. You want to give your unique ID to that. So this is your text val, and when you use it on your main activity as I described you before, so you can say that private text view, and text view be here, and you make it like text view is equals to your text view, and here we have a find view by ID as we already described. Yeah, you can say that is a r dot id dot the text val. Okay, so that's the way we will work, and you can say that text view dot set text, and here it is a r dot id string dot hello. So there's a two way or two approaches you can work with this. So this is your runtime changes. When you work with this r dot strings dot hello, it creates your integer kind of ID, and whenever you work with your string with directly to the main, you can do it like this. So both the way you can do the approaches you can apply, because of in sometimes we needed to work with the dynamically, so you can fetch the data like this. Same you can do with the button, just like if you define your button be here, and say it is a match parent at this time, and this is your rep contents, and this is your ID. I give the ID, submit well, and I make it a below ID of text well. Okay, so I want with the button, so this is your button, and as we did the margin, I'm giving the margin of 10 dp here, and here I'm giving the background color be as in a primary dark. So you can see the changes, but I want to give the name to that button. So for this I'm again I will define that is string be here, and you can say that this is your submit, and I want to give it as a submit. So this is our submit button, so we can say that is your text bold and text is your add string submit. So when you do that, this you can see that submit. Okay, and if you want to give the text size, I'm giving a 20 dp, so it be here. And also if you want to give the text color, so you give the white, so you can do this. So you make your layouts be like this. So that resources are much important in Android whenever you get access the things. So this is your string approaches, how we can do that. We have seen the colors, we have seen the strings both, and also we can fetch the data as in a dynamically using this way. Okay, now we have to go for the drawable, how we can get access that drawable values beyond as in a runtime, as in a resource time. So how we can fetch data, let's see on that. Okay, now we have to check the drawable resources. So for this, if you have any png, you can put it here in drawable folder, or if you don't have, you just make it any image set or a vector asset. So it's a good whenever you work with the vector assets, you click on your clip parts because there be some before clip parts be there. So I'm using any related to, if you go for the communications, not good, devices, not looks good, let's see. Okay, so I'm taking a laptop pic, or yeah, okay, and I'm giving the color to this as, you can pick any color, choose. Okay, so I'm giving this color, next, and finish. So its name is IC laptop. Okay, so for this, what to do, we need a image view. So I'm making an image view above of text view. So this is your image view, and I'm giving it 100 dp, and make it as an 80 dp, and your, if you go with the source, so I'm giving the source be your from the drawable, you can say check the laptop image be here. Okay, and I want to be as an center in parent true, and I want to be the same as in gravity. So here we have a foreground gravity center. Okay, and this thing I want to make it a below, I'm giving the id to this image view, that is your image file, and I want to make it a below id image file. Okay, so let's check. So this is below we have, so that's on center, that's your image. So how we can fetch that, we fetch the data be like this as an IC laptop black 24. You give the name, any name to that just like only laptop, or if you put any png image you can put it here and then use it the same way. So that's the way you can work. But how you can fetch the data in your main activity, so for this what to do, you can make it as a private image view, that's your image view, and here you can see that image view as in image view find, what is this, find view by id r.id dot image well. Okay, so that's the particular id you have fetched it here because of as we have done on XML session, and there's your id here, unique id. And but how you can use that image resources if you want to do it in runtime, so you can say set image resource, and this is your r dot in your drawable, and in your drawable dot
that is the IC laptop black. So you can work it, you can see that here. So this is a dynamically changes used on that. So this is the your drawable, and we have worked with the colors, we have worked with the strings, we have worked with your drawable folders. So if you want to work with the multiple layouts, just like your landscape and the portrait board, you can go just here to the layout. And if you want to work with the landscape, which layout you want, you just go for the res folder and just make a new directory under the res, that is your layout, and you can say that landscape. So that means you can work with the landscape and the portrait board. So here you can put the same activity be here under the landscape and just copy paste it with the same name. And but if you want to change your view, so you can change that be here for the landscape, whatever be your desired view for the landscape, you can put it here. So whenever it rotate and orient to the landscape, it automatically take this layout. And otherwise, if you go with the portrait, it shows you the portrait. So that's the way we have to work with the multiple resource folder in your Androids. That's the